in Pinetown, Elangeni TVET. The plenary will be parliament, and therefore the rules of parliament will apply. The first one is that there are certain things that we don't do in our meetings. It's a meeting of parliament, and therefore, if you want to speak, to address us, you'll have to raise your hand, be given an opportunity to speak. We don't want rowdiness. It's not a rally. We don't behave in a rallish manner. Principally, we've got people who are standing. We don't have enough spaces. Let's try and find spaces for. Other spaces are those rooms yeah, but thank you very much. Let's try and sit down quietly. So I was just given the ground rules that the plenary is now declared a plenary of parliament. Now parliament has benefits. Parliament has got benefits that are good and not so good. One of them is that we don't lie in parliament. Don't try to mislead us. When you must assume, when our members ask you questions, you must assume they know the answer. That will help us. Is it possible that even when we are trying to sit down, we do so quietly? So, Principal, we'll start with the meeting, and then when we are done, we will do the walkabout later to look at the infrastructure after the meeting. So we're going to take all presentations. Mamfuchane from the TVET side and from the CET side. We'll take all presentations, and then we'll engage. We'll engage later. So we're going to start with introductions, and then from introductions, we'll officially open the meeting. After that, we'll give the department. After that, we'll start with the college. We'll start with college council. Then we'll go to management. then we'll go to labor, then we'll go to students, leaders, and then we'll go to the CET. Then we will then engage after that. So we'll start. My name is Tebo Kholitsia, a member of Parliament, deployed to the Committee on Higher Education and Training, and I also chair the Committee on Higher Education and Training. So I'll start here with the members and then we'll direct. Oh, you know, another Robin.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, leaders of Elangeni TVET College, principal, council members, colleagues from the DHET, and all protocol observed. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo, ke dumedise baetapele ba mona mo re leng teng, ke dumedise lefapha le ditulo tsohle ke di hlomphe ho latelana bohlokwa ba tsona. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Lerato Gagau, ke setho sa letlwena sa Palamente sa komiti ena.
Good morning, Chairperson and members, the delegation from the department and the college. My name is Mampho Mudiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Agnetha Aronson. I'm the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Thando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandile. My surname is Tsamane. I am the Director responsible for regulations at Head Office, Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair. My name is Nondumiso Situndwa from the National Skills Fund. Thank you. I'm a project manager responsible for infrastructure projects. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, colleagues, everyone. My name is Keshni Opadia. I'm the curriculum manager at the college.
Good morning. My name is Boni Ngema. I'm the Deputy Principal, Academic Services of Elangeni TVET College. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Zintle Ngema. I'm an acting finance manager at the college.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Musa Shabane, acting deputy principal finance.
Molo Chair, Molo honorable members, Kamalam Ngumbugeli, security personnel parliament.
Morning Chair, morning members. My name is Jabulani Majozi from Parliament Communication Services.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Thalo Duki, Campus Manager, Pinetown Campus at Elangeni.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anele Kabingis. I'm the Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to everyone. My name is Sinovuyo Chomela and I am from Broadcasting in Parliament.
Good morning. My name is Mahlatse Khanani from Communications in the department. I'm the Principal Communication Officer.
No, thanks. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to everyone. I'm Elangeni TVET from SAT.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Osalengisiwe Masondo, Deputy Secretary, Elangeni TVET Branch, KwaZulu-Natal.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. It's Andile Shezi, Secretary of SAT, Elangeni Branch.
Sanibonani, ngingunkanyiso owamsomi enehawu Elangeni.
Sibingelela Sihlalo. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda Silisi. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Elangeni TVET College Nehawu.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Thandi Hlengwa, Elangeni TVET Branch Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair, members, SMT, and everyone. Kamala Mzwandile Mabanga, and Deputy Secretary, Konala Elangeni Wenehawu.
Good morning, Chair, the committee members, and everyone, leadership of the Department of Higher Education. My name is Pamela Mzobe from Head Office, Ministry.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone. My name is Mpilenhle Kudinaf Zungu. I'm the campus manager of Ntuzuma Campus Elangeni College.
Asinikezele ubaba we-ministry asitshele what position is ministry? What do you?
Oh, I'm providing the support staff in the office of the Deputy Minister, Dr. Musa Debete.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Kaya Ndima. I am the Operations Manager from NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Shabika Reddy, Acting Assistant Director of Marketing and Communications here at Elangeni TVET College.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Sibuile Chiwula, Acting Senior Manager, Student Accommodation at NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and colleagues. Lungisa Sishi, Senior Manager for TVET Support at NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Sandisiwe Saidi, also from NSFAS, Servicing Administrator for Elangeni.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Siphelele Duma. I am the Assistant Director Registration, Elangeni TVET.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sibia. I'm the Deputy Principal Registrar at the college.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Nan Kumar, Assistant Director for Risk and Ethics Management. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Mrs. Mandela. I'm the Assistant Director, Facilities and Records, Elangeni TVET College.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Senzo Shizi. I am the Deputy Principal Corporate Services at the College Elangeni. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. I am Kusnati Mkize, the Assistant Director, HR Management at TVET College.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to all the members, all protocol observed. My name is Kolani Mkrivi. I'm the Assistant Director, Labor Relations here at Elangeni TVET College.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members, and good morning, all people who are attending this meeting today, managers, according to the protocols. My name is Zodwa Pula. I'm the principal of Elangeni TVET College. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ngibingelele usihlalo nabo bonke abakhona lapha emhlanganweni. Igama lami nguLucky wakwagabela. Ngusihlalo umkhandlu wesikole.
Morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and all senior management and colleagues present. My name is Nodladla Kabushiane. I'm the Deputy Chair of Council for Elangeni TVET College.
Morning, Chair. Morning, committee members. My name is Nhlanhla Ngubane. I'm the council member.
Greetings, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee.
the college council chairperson and the entire council, the executive management of the college led by the principal, as well as my colleagues, the DDGs and the other senior managers from head office, organized labor, as well as student leadership. My name is Sam Zung. I'm the DDG responsible for the TVET sector in the Department of Education and Training. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, management team from the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson, Council Chairperson, council members, colleagues, management from the college, labor and students. My name is Tembisa Fuchane. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for community education and training.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the Council and good morning to the executive leadership of Elangeni, led by the principal. It is good to see you all again. Good morning to the labor, members of the labor, and good morning to the student leadership and everyone who is here. My name is Nolazi BK Gasa, and I'm the DDG responsible for planning, policy, and strategy. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning to the support staff from Parliament in every capacity. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the committee and all present today. My name is Themba Msipa, the Chief Director responsible for TVET Systems Planning and Institutional Support from Head Office.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chair, and honorable members of Portfolio Committee, the HET officials, and all protocol observed. My name is Kwazulu-Natal Oversight Visit, Acting Regional Manager, KwaZulu-Natal.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nosane Doli, the Deputy President of SRC Elangeni. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Guleo Kumalo, the Secretary General of Elangeni TVET College.
No, thank you very much, Mam Fuchane. Hopefully your people will arrive. I have not had the team from the CT. It's okay. Once the institution is presenting, it's where they. But hopefully, the whole team will arrive on time. Oh, okay. They're outside. Oh, there's no space. Oh, okay. Now we'll create space. They must come in. Thank you very much. Like I've said, the plenary is now a plenary of Parliament. Please try by all means, even if you are provoked to mislead us, don't mislead us. We're begging you. We've brought with us, as you've heard, National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, to respond to certain issues you may raise, student TVET. We have a team from the National Skills Fund to respond to what would have happened on infrastructure that they may have given the institution. Yeah, we've got a team from DHET. That will verify anything that you may be interested in saying that you should not be saying. They are here to verify that. Then we've got our team from Parliament, a serious team from Parliament that researcher, content advisor, secretariat, communications, to help us with few things that you may want to say that may not be true. So let's try, colleagues, to be true. So DDG Zungu, who is leading the team from TVET today. So we're going to give you from the department to lead your presentation. We're going to be strict on time. There are many things that we must go through today. DDG?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Portfolio Committee, and honorable members, and all protocols observed. A very good morning. Sian Bingalela, KwaZulu-Natal. Indeed, it's a privilege to be afforded an opportunity to appear before the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee here at Elangeni TVET College, which is one of the 9 public TVET colleges in KwaZulu-Natal, a province that remains central to South Africa's industrial, agricultural and service economy. Elangeni College serves a diverse catchment area across 8 campuses, situated in both urban and semi-rural communities, including Pinetown, Inanda, Badabela, and Mpumalanga and Hamas. Through these sites, the college brings hope and opportunity to thousands of young people who seek to change their lives through technical and vocational education. In responding to the socio-economic realities of the region, the college plays a transformative role. It operates within areas characterized by higher youth unemployment and poverty, where many families depend on NSFAS for access to post-school education. Over 85% of Elangeni students are NSFAS beneficiaries. The department continues to work closely with NSFAS to ensure that all qualifying students are funded because financial exclusion undermines the very essence of inclusive education. This college, Honorable Chair and honorable members, like the broader TVET system, stands as a living instrument of the state's developmental agenda. It's a vehicle for industrial participation, skills development, and social justice, giving young people of South Africa the technical and entrepreneurial skills to power the township and rural economies envisioned on the NDP 2030. It's important to recognize the historical context that continues to shape perceptions of our colleges. For decades, TVET institutions were seen as a second option, or if not third option. Legacy of an education system that valued theory over skill and privilege over participation or practicality. That stigma has not entirely disappeared, yet institutions like Elangeni are steadily changing that narrative with its unqualified audits for 3 consecutive years and a functioning governance structure and a growing portfolio of 36 industry partnerships with 11 active MOUs with CETAs. The college is demonstrating that the TVET education is not a fallback. It is indeed a foundation for South Africa's reindustrialization. Honorable Chair, we believe that Elangeni TVET College exemplifies the transformative journey of our post-school education system, from historical neglect to institutional resilience, from stigma to excellence. Yet challenges remain. Funding constraints, infrastructure backlogs, and lecturer capacity gaps still demand our collective attention. On behalf of the department, we remain committed to strengthen governance, improving performance, and expanding opportunities for all students, so that every TVET college, including Elangeni, continues to embody our shared vision of quality, inclusive, and responsive education for a just and prosperous South Africa. With those few words, Honorable Chair, I want to thank you and hand over to the college to lead the presentation.
No, thank you very much. You can give to Chair of Council or whoever is delegated to do so. Hopefully this time, Chair of Council, you know, when you're introducing yourself, you're so serious, as if you want to scare us. So hopefully now when you are leading the presentation, Uzabo right, Chair of Council.
Thank you, Chair. It would be appreciated if the schematic worked. I will deal with the governance part of the presentation to the Portfolio Committee. As way of background, as stated, we are one of the 9 public TVET colleges in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The purpose is to outline the revenue streams and expenditure patterns as will be dealt with by the principal and challenges affecting the financial sustainability. The college has 8 campuses plus a skills center. The campuses are in Pinetown, Inanda, Ndwete, KwaDabeka, Ntuzuma, KwaMashu, Mpumalanga, and Amakati.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Is it possible to fly your presentation?
Well, I've dealt with the background, saying that when the principal presents, she will deal with the period beginning 2022 to August 2025. And she will also deal with key revenue streams, expenditure patterns, asset growth, the challenges affecting the institution, and financial sustainability. These are the institutions, the campuses I spoke to, and the skills center in Injanga. The college is spread in the west and the north of eThekwini municipality. One campus is in Ilembe at Ndwedwe. We indicate here which are in urban areas, in townships, and in rural areas. The vision of the college is to be a leading TVET institution, empowering people for a changing world. Our mission is to provide relevant, quality, and affordable technical and vocational education and training that contributes to the needs of the economy and society. Our core values are as follows: integrity, excellence, accountability, respect, innovation, and professionalism. In terms of Section 9 of the CET Act, the college fully complies. We have a college council, an academic board, and a student representative council all in place. In terms of Section 10(4)(b) of the Act, which would be the ministerial appointees, we have a full complement constituted by 2 women and 3 men. In terms of Section 10(6), we have a full complement. The sad part of it is that all 4 are men. In the past, we were questioned about this by the department, and we explained the circumstances under which we find ourselves when we considered the 10(4)(6) appointees. You would recall that these are the appointees who are appointed by council in consultation with the minister. The challenge we had is that we only had 1 woman applying in the total number of applicants that we received. We were unsuccessful in that even when the panel lowered the threshold for shortlisting, the 1 candidate who was a woman could not make the threshold that had been lowered against what had been advertised as the threshold for appointment. That is the reason that we only ended up recommending for appointment only 4 men to the minister. Section 10(4)(d), which would be a sponsor. We have 1 person in place. In totality, 7 of the 10 external members of the college are serving their first term, which gives room for a possibility of continuity post the end of the term of the current council if the minister decides that the term for some may be renewed to give room for continuity. Section 10(4) appointees. These would be members of council who represent sectors in the institution. They are all in place, save for 1 representative who resigned from the college. He represented support staff. We are currently in the process of ensuring that he is replaced. So we therefore do not have that person as we speak. The process of replacing that person is underway. We have council committees, which is in compliance with Section 10(4) of the Act, which determine the function, and we also have committee charters that guide committees in its functions in terms of procedures and responsibilities. These are committees that we have in the institution: the academic board, the EXCO, Audit and Risk Committee, Finance and Procurement, Human Resources, Labor Relations, Remuneration Management Committee, Information, Communication Technology and Security, Planning, Infrastructure and Resources Committee, and the Partnerships Committee. Audit outcomes. The college, as the DDG said earlier, received unqualified audits in the past 3 years. The College Council is responsible for consolidation and adoption of the annual financial statement and the annual performance report. Last year, there were 2 issues that kept us away from the clean audit. These are issues on which we could not find each other with the Auditor General. The first issue was on interpretation on when the asset, in the process of acquiring the asset, is recognized as an asset. We could not find each other on this one in terms of interpretation. Number two was that we demolished a property that was donated by Public Works. This would be a old school in Ngwamashu where we are planning to build a state-of-the-art campus in Ngwamashu. The view of the AG was that we should have sought permission of the minister in terms of the act, which we did not do. The TVET, Chief Director of Financial Planning, was with us on this one in terms of interpretation of what had happened, but we could not find each other with the AG, even though the Chief Director was with us in terms of interpretation and as to whether we were in the wrong in terms of this. So these are the two issues that kept us away from the total clean audit. Audit and Risk Committee, we know the CET Act as it relates to TVET colleges and the performance, the PFMA. There is also a King 4 code. We are compliant in terms of the Audit and Risk Committee Audit and Risk Committee in that regard. It is chaired by an external member of council. We also have members in the Audit and Risk Committee who are not members of the College Council. The chairperson of the College Council is not a member of the Audit and Risk Committee. Strategic planning. We are guided by provisions of Section 441 and Section 442 of the CET Act. Against the concerns we received from the briefing notes from the National Department that councils were not being consulted in the consolidation of strategic planning strategies. Here at Elangeni, it's not that you are not being consulted. The College Council is fully in charge of the process of determining the strategic plan and the annual performance plan. In this regard, we hold 2-day sessions to ensure that we adopt the strat plan and the annual performance plan. Now, I want to share with the committee 2 issues of concern that the college has. One is that the principal, supported by the 4 deputy principals, are accountable to council. And this is seen in practice through quarterly meetings and at the meetings of council. The concern is that the College Council has no role in performance management processes of this executive. It is our view that this needs to be addressed in the long term. We know that some employees, let me say there is dual accountability of employees in the department. There are those employees who are employed by the department, and there are those employees who are employed by councils. But we are of the view that because in terms of the Act, the College Council is a governing body. Therefore, as a governing body, it must play a role in the processes of performance management of the executives. Number 2, the issues of concerns. We are concerned at the attempt of engineering instability at the college. This mainly from the challenge of low numbers because of the decline in government programs funding, which is an issue throughout all colleges in the country. This has led to a misunderstanding between labor and management. The sad part is that confidential documents were leaked to the media, which raises ethical issues. If I may just substantiate this, you have a confidential document. We know that not more than 4 people had access to that document, but you find it at the hands of the journalist, which means that somebody leaked that confidential document. This therefore becomes a serious issue, especially when it is viewed to be pursuing the objects of the trends of issues that a union is pursuing in the institution. It also raises ethical issues, but in this regard, we have taken this up with the press ombud, and we await intervention at that level. That should be the end, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Principal. It's 5 to 10. I'm going to give you till 40 minutes. It's 10:40, 10:30, 10:35.
Thank you very much, Chair. And again, ngiyanibingelela nonke. I am starting the presentation of Elangeni TVET College. This presentation is presented by Mrs. T.J. Gula, the principal of Elangeni TVET College. With regards to administration and leadership, principal is supported by stable SMT or senior management teams, and all SMT post filled except deputy principal, which is acting. At the moment, the DHET has advertised the post, and we hope that the processes will take place and will be able to have acting deputy finance services soon. IMT meets quarterly. The IMT is internal management team formed by campus managers and also assistant directors, as well as senior management. The senior management is the principal, post level SL13, and deputy principals SL12. And the organogram of the institution is that there is principal and 4 deputy principals, and in each and every department there are assistant directors. The department, the academic services, the deputy principal academic services is leading assistant director curriculum, campus managers. There are 8 campus managers, assistant directors, assistant director examination service, and assistant director curriculum implementation, as well as occupational. In the deputy principal corporate services, we have assistant director labor relations, human resources, record management and health and safety, assistant director information technology, as well as marketing and communication. In the deputy principal financial services, we have Assistant Director Finance, Assistant Director Supply Chain Management, and Assistant Director Management Accounting. Please note that in some of these posts, there are those which are acting. For an example, we are still having an acting occupational assistant director on the academic, and we are also having acting assistant director marketing on the on the corporate services. And in finance, we are still having 2 assistant directors. The other one, management accounting, is not yet filled. And we also have deputy principal registrar, assistant director, student support services, assistant director, partnership and linkages. We also don't have that one. Assistant director, registration services, and assistant director, TVET Miss. We also have in the office of the principal, the personal assistant of the principal, and also we have assistant director in the office of the principal, whom that post at the moment is vacant because he has just left the organization. And we have the assistant director, risk, fraud and integrity management, and we have assistant director, internal audit and quality assurance, and also that post is not yet filled. With regards to the staff profile by gender, we have this category, which is management, male lecturing staff, foreign nationals, support staff, and in total for males is 311, and for females is 316, and the total number of our staff is 633. Let me then come back to the foreign nationals, that we have 2 whom they came into the institution in 2010, and one is teaching, is in the civil engineering, and one is on entrepreneurship, NVC. The staff profile by population group, we have in the management 5 Black African, and lecturing staff 348, support staff 371, and on colored column we have 1 support staff, and on the Indians column we have 4, and we have 2 on the lecturing staff, and in total we are 633. With regards to teaching and learning overview 2025, there are no major disruptions or strikes in 2025. There is an improved stability versus the prior years. We are having a challenge of water at Inanda, Nduzuma, Indwedwe. We are in a process of putting boreholes in mitigating that challenge. Policies are updated, and policies are responsive to PQM with high demand qualifications. Term openings on schedule, that is January, April, July, and September. We also have face-to-face classes as well as blended, expanded access programs where we have online teaching and learning. Assessment plans are implemented timely, and LTSM procurement is also being implemented on time. We also have monitoring and evaluation across campuses and programs. Lecturer development is also the part of the teaching and learning. We do that through the partners. We also have piloted the DHET maturity model framework, which is student focus, which assists in improving the education and teaching and learning in the TVET sector. Occupational qualifications, we have started to implement. In 2025, we started with electrician, welder, and aircraft maintenance. In 2026, we are going to follow with fitter and turner, bookkeeper, chef, hairdresser, computer, technician, bricklayer, CNC, mailing and turning, part qualifications as well will also start in 2026, which are related to occupational programs. With regards to enrollment by programs, 2022-2025 statistics, we have NCV, Report 191 Business Studies, Report 191 Engineering Studies, PLP Occupational Programs. From 2022 to 2025, we can see the trend that it starts from 9,447 and in 2025 is 8,598, which means that the enrollment decreases in each and every year due to the funding. So this also explains the trends of funding. With regards to student success, intervention, and lecturer support, we have academic support program for red subjects, where we have winter holidays camp that is also take place in this campus. We also have peer tutors that assist those students who does not do well, and it is done by other students that are doing well. And we also have weekend and morning class, extra classes that are also taking place in the institution done by lecturers. We also have 8 mathematics lecturers attended the teaching practice and the content workshops in August 2025. We are busy lecturing, upskilling, and reskilling aligned to occupational programs, ARPL toward artisan trades. As we speak, there are some who are on that training, some lecturers that are on that training. We are doing that because the institution is having a challenge as we are embarking on the transformation. We have done the audit, and in that audit, we have seen and identified that a number of lecturers does not have required skills that will ensure that we are accredited to QCTO and then be able to provide the relevant curriculum. And as a result, the institution have a 5-year plan as to how are we going to develop lecturers that are going to be compliant in terms of teaching these new subjects or occupational programs. We also have lecturer bursaries with regards to the support where they develop themselves. We have provided all lecturers with laptops and data for teaching and practice. And with regards to safety and security policies and measures, the college employs a multi-layered security model. Military-grade perimeter fencing in all campuses, as well as central office and functional CCTV systems are also in place in all campuses and as well as in workshops. Security services are outsourced and it is coordinated by 2 in-house security managers for SLA compliance. Monthly meetings with the service provider are held. The college is participating in campus safety program, which is organized by National SAPS. The program involves all stakeholders around the college's campuses. Yesterday, we had one at Mpumalanga, where it involves all stakeholders from the communities. And with regards to the gender-based violence policies, these are the policies that are in place. We have a sexual and gender-based violence policy. And that policy is talking to regulates and conducts the GBV harassments and also implemented. This policy is implemented across all campuses since it is the policy for the institution. We also have the sexual harassment and abuse policy, which is also talking to the staff members. It regulates staff relations, including staff-student conduct processes defined in place that are in place. We also have the 24-hour higher health helpline, and this helpline is shared with all students, actively used in several cases. We also have campus safety and security committees. These committees coordinate reporting and prevention, functional needs, capacity, and it also strengthening the capacity. We also have student support services unit, and this unit is responsible for psychosocial support to our students, trauma counseling, as well as referrals. If we don't have the experts in the institution, we then refer our students, and it is an ongoing process that is taking place in that unit. Apart from that, in the student support services, we have sports, various sports. Chair, we wanted to start with the choir. Unfortunately, it did not go like that, but we wanted to show and welcome the honorables or the portfolio committee, and to show that these things are real and they are taking place in the institution. Security reinforcement, we also have, it is also monitored all the time. We have locks, chains, and as well as access control. We also have awareness and education programs. We have regular GBV and safety campaigns via higher health, and it is intensified in outreach. We have programs like Isibaya Samadoda as well as Ikosomba Lamakhosikazi. Those are the programs that we are doing in the institution to all campuses. Anonymous reporting mechanisms is also provided, and confidential reporting via student support services as well as counseling to promote or to build trust. Even though we have all those measures in place, we still have the reported GBV incidents. I am not going to go into them one by one, but I have provided the statistics from 2022 as well as to 2025. I can see, Chairperson, that there is an omission that is not there, that all those statistics are issues that we have dealt with as an institution. And I must report to the portfolio committee that these issues happened outside the institution. But even though it happens outside the institution, we do provide support to our students, like assisting them to open the cases if it's criminal cases. And we also provide counseling internally in the institution. We are currently having 2 cases in 2025. That is what I'm referring to say it is not appearing here, where those are cases that took place outside the institution, but it happened in the private accommodation. Even though it happens like that, but we do bring in our students and give them support up until they exit the institution. And even if it happened that they exit the institution and they don't know what to do, we do advise them what to do going forward. With regards to subject pass rate, these are the statistics, 2022, 2023, and 2024, which is 85, 82, 85. In 2025, at the moment, we are at 73, but we will all understand that we haven't finalized the year. We are still going to have a final outcome of 2025. Here, it is only report 191, as well business studies as well as engineering. So this is also the subject pass rate in a bar graph. And also looking at the throughput rate, the institution is coming from a very hard one with regards to throughput rate. We have discussed this, and with the measures that we have implemented, we've moved from 2022 to 2023 to 16%, and in 2024, we are sitting at 21%. If we are looking at that trend, it then says that the measures that we have implemented are working. I must also say that the other factor here is the student accommodation, that most of the students are now staying in those places where they can be able to get time to learn and do all what is required. And that is why we think that number, when we're analyzing, that number has been raised. And also looking at some of those students whom they drop out within the period that is stipulated by the policy, and then we implement the measures immediately. The dropout rate as well, it has decreased from 5% in 2022 to 1% in 2025. With regards to student performance, throughput and dropout, the reasons, some I have mentioned is the relocation, non-attendance, registration at another institution, and employment. Some are health issues, some are personal issues, financial issues, family illness, exam irregularities, as well as suspensions. The measures that we take is that we have student induction on support services, attendance, and punctuality policy. Post-exam analysis and interventions, as I have mentioned, that we have winter camp tutorials, campus improvement plans. Recognition of top lecturers is also something that assists us in the institution, because we always have staff awards, and when we have those staff awards, we award only those who get 100%. And on Friday, we'll be having staff awards, and more than 200 lecturers will be getting their awards acknowledged by the institution, which means that if we have 200 staff members who get 100%, definitely the pass rate will increase. We also have smart screens in all campuses. We have co-curricular activities like sports, reading, poetry, maths, Olympiads, debates, arts and culture, management development programs. With regards to student funding overview, we have NSFAS that covers the tuition, accommodation, allowances, plus sitters, bursaries, donors, and self-funded students. In 2024, we had 82% NSFAS funded, and in 2025, we have more than 85% funded. Delays in 2025 disbursement and appeals also affect our allowances and cash flows. College is also engaging NSFAS and DHET in a diversified funding via sitters and private sponsors. With regards to student accommodation, we have these categories: non-accredited accommodation allowance and NSFAS accredited accommodation allowance, as well as travel allowance. We have 4,424 non-accredited accommodation allowance. We have 1,905 NSFAS accredited accommodation, and we have 899 travel allowance. In total is 7,728. With regards to infrastructure projects, the status in the institution is that We have a skills center at Injanga, and the status at the moment is about to complete. We have acquired that one, but there is a development that is taking place. I think it is about around 5% to be completed with the phase 1 that we have started. Otherwise, it's a big infrastructure, or it is a big skills center that needs much to be developed. We also have a 4IR workshop at Mpumalanga, which is completed. We were launching in the last 2 weeks. We also have aircraft maintenance at Inanda, which is completed. And as we speak, we have students that have started the classes. We also have hairdressing workshop Mpumalanga, which is also 95% complete. We also have campus renovations, which are completed. That is Ntuzu Mandwedwe and Pinetown. We also have a KwaMashu campus, which we are in a process of doing phase 1, which will take about 100 million. And in that phase 1, we'll be dealing with workshops, administration, and ablution system. And we also have the phase 2. And the phase 2 will also need the funding. The funding of the second phase, at the moment, the institution doesn't have, but we do have the strategies of how are we going to source that funding to ensure be able to run. The overview of institution finances audit performance 2022-2024, as it has been said, 3 consecutive unqualified audits, and the financial position, reflecting sound financial management. With regards to financial position snapshot 2024 to 2025, tuition revenue increased from 79.1 million to 87.8 million. Improved student cost recovery. The government grants is constant, and interest income is reduced sharply. With regards to property, plant, and equipment, it is increased to 329.6 million in 2025. Liquidity pressure from QCTO program investment, there are training assets that are also taking place. The stabilization actions, we have prudent expenditure, diversified revenue, and stronger funding partnerships. With regards to overview, or when we continue with the overview of institution finance reserves that we have, then directed to the projects and funding actions. And the reserves of 150 million plus 100 million allocated to KwaMashu campus phase 1. And also, we also need 160 million for KwaMashu phase 2. We have started the fundraising. To date, we have raised 1.5 million through our fundraising strategies of two golf days and 2 gala dinners next, which will take place on the 30th of October 2025, and also gala dinner on the 21st of November 2025. Further engagements with SETAs, National Treasury and Presidency Infrastructure South Africa is also taking place to come in and assist us in ensuring that the development in the implementation of teaching and learning is achieved. With regards to certification backlog, we have 435 certification backlog, and this is an issue that we have raised amongst ourselves internally as well as with the department, and we have been provided the way to be able to achieve those backlog certification. With regards to PPN migration from college council payroll to the department, started from 2021 to 2023. Academic staff, there were 11 in 2021, support staff, 20. March 2022, 18 academic staff and support staff, none. In January 2023, academic staff, 29 and support staff, 2. With regards to PPN, these are the post levels that one have in terms of this table. It then illustrates the post level allocation, actual variance, as well as comments on that table. At the end of it, the total for us with regards to PPN is 506, but we are sitting at 421, and there is a difference of 85, and that difference is caused by the 63% wage bill. That is the report that we got from the department, that currently we are sitting above, and therefore at the end of this year, we cannot be able to do anything about PPN. Hence, by the end of this year, we'll be at the negative more than 3 million, which then will end up us having 64.23%. With regards to PPN, we had a strong start in 2021 to 2023. Elangeni led on PPN implementation, matching, placement, recruitment into critical post, and migration of eligible employees progressed well. 2024, we have a funding shock, a projected 6.8 million overspent by 31st March 2024, halted the filling of critical posts and paused further migrations 2024 to 2025 moratorium. The National Treasury restricted recruitment for selected support services posts, and the majority of vacancies were on that. Overspent risk also prevented appointments in academic post 2025-2026 outlook. Projected 3.86 million overspent, as I have explained. Vacancies are being reprioritized to align with future occupational programs and critical needs. Interim migration, where ministerial posts cannot be resourced, temporary appointments will be sought via the council. With regards to college industry partnership overview, the college maintained 36 active partnerships with various industries for student and lecturer placement. 11 MOUs has been signed with different sectors for work integrated learning funding. Continuous efforts are made to source and strengthen partnership that are aligned with the college's core mandate and strategic objectives. We have the talent development with regards to strategic partnership pillars, where we look at student and lecturer placement through artisanship, apprenticeship, learnership, occupational and business studies, engineering studies, as well as master classes. Also have sector critical skills, programs designed to address industry critical and scarce skills, enhancing the college responsive to labor market needs. We also have industry support for core business, collaboration to bolster institutional capacity, innovation, and community impact. Industry donations and equipment support we do get from the industries, like we have the engines that we get from Mentruck and others. We also have Chinese culture with equipment that they just brought through our partnership with those lecturers as well as students who went abroad to advance energy renewal. Last year, 8 students and 1 lecturer, and they also supported us with the whole equipment for the photovoltaic or energy workshop. We also have Women Truck that has supported us with engines, computers, and spare parts. We have Do More Foundation, which supported us with mini tunnels for agriculture initiatives. And also these contributions strengthen the college's training infrastructure and practical learning environment. Student placement, we have the CETers that has assisted us with those numbers that is tabled on the screen, and with a total of 40.8 million that have been received from the CETers to support the students. Also placement table, which also is supported by the CETers with 24,400,000. And with regards to college successes, we have the acquisition of Injanga Skills Center, Skills and Artisan Development Center is our success that we proud ourselves as an institution. We proud ourselves as for unqualified audits, progress towards clean audits. And also we proud ourselves for IR Center launch. We proud ourselves for aircraft maintenance, even though there are others who think that aircraft maintenance is not good for our Black students situated in Black townships. But we brought those scarce skills that are having the notion of being situated in the urban areas. It is at Inanda campus. And I must say that as an institution, we are very happy that the program has started. We have 37 QCTO accreditations supporting occupational transition. We are also prouding ourselves for this, although we know that it is not enough. But with regards to the changes and the call that cannot be reversed to move to the occupational programs, we are saying for this year to have 37 accreditations. We have done a lot, because getting these accreditations, you will also need to have proper workshops, and that is also a challenge. But we have tried to make sure that we develop workshop, develop lecturers, and then we were able to be certified in terms of the 37 QCTO programs. All lecturers are equipped with laptops and data. We improved the pass and success rate. Change management specialist was also appointed to be able to facilitate the changes that are taking place in the institution. We are also prouding ourselves that we also established a research unit in the TVET, or at Elangeni TVET College. And though we also have the achievements that we wrote a paper which has been is out, the journal which is out under CHE, which is talking about the autonomy of education. And we also have the second paper that we wrote, and it is also out when you look at the BRICS banners. This research unit is not only dealing with the papers, but also what is taking place in the institution, the reasons why we have dropouts, and many other initiatives that we bring into the research units, so that we will have an informed decisions based on the recommendations and also the research. We also have expanded international partnership. We have UK partnership where there are exchange programs with the management and lecturers. We have China, where we have exchange programs with students and lecturers. We have Netherlands, which had exchange programs with students, and also they built the broilers, and I can't remember the other a project that they have built for us. We also have exchanges with the USA, where we have more than 20 students who went to UK to study different qualifications on agriculture. And those students, we have a group where we also trying to check where they are placed and also assist them with what we can. We also have donor-funded teaching and learning resources and successful CIEG projects. Challenges. Chair, we have upskilling, reskilling, and in this one, we have a funding gap for occupational program, but we are doing as an institution.
You also have a challenge of time. If you can just move towards.
Okay, and then we have workshops upgraded, and we also have a title deed problem, and we also have a challenge of labor relations tensions. And these tensions started when one was coming in the institution, when I found that the process of recruitment was not in order. And then I nullified the post after getting and gathering all the information and re-advertised. And then the other one, it was the ghost employees that the college has identified. And those ghost employees, it was found that some of our employees were fully involved. And I took a stand to go according to the processes that disciplinary hearings took place internally, and I have opened the case with regards to those criminal actions. And we were just called last month by the prosecutor that the case is about to start. And therefore, I cannot be able to talk more or longer about it. And the other challenge with regards to labor, Chair, is that the transformation of occupational programs is also a big challenge, because when we do our analysis, we find out that most of our lecturers are not skilled in terms of, or many of them are not skilled in terms of occupational programs. And that brings about the challenge where the institution has to ensure that when we employ and when we bring in people who has to do teaching and learning, it must be the relevant lecturers with relevant skills. I must say, Chair, that the institution is open with the labor, that we never close in terms of negotiating. We are open in such a way that it has been happened that we were here from morning till morning, discussing with the neighbor, which is a sign of saying the management is always opening the doors in the institution for negotiations. It has never happened, but over and above that, we have labor forum. When we discuss these issues with the labor, we also have the committee with regards to PPN, where all these decisions, when they are taken, the labor in the institution is invited. Over and above that, the issues of recruitment, there is no time where the institution has sat without inviting the labor, and therefore all the processes, we strongly believe as an institution that they are going according to our policies and according to the processes that has taken place. Chairperson, we are having a Wi-Fi infrastructure aging, and we are resolving that as we have advertised the tender. We are also having a problem of the rising program cost that declines enrollment. And as the costs are rising, the enrollment is declining. Hence, the services that's supposed to take place in terms of teaching and learning is also declining. We also have a NSFAS code mismatch, where in 2023 we had that challenge. We tried to communicate with the department and NSFAS. This is not yet resolved. The Deputy Minister Gondwe came last year for oversight. We also reported to her. She also tried to intervene by talking to the administrator at that time. But at the moment, that problem is not yet resolved. But we are communicating with NSFAS to ensure that this problem must be resolved, because at the end, it will affect our students. They end up with the debtors. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We'll now take the presentation from Labour. Just to save time, where's the SRC? Must rather email the presentation so that. Where's the SRC? You send them to Caucus Regional Manager. Labour has 20 minutes. Honorable Sazana.
Can I start? Okay. Good morning, honorable members of Parliament, Parliamentary Committee. Good morning, the senior management, the council of Elangeni TVET College, the Labour, the SRC, and everyone else in this sitting. My name is Thandi Hlengwa, Chairperson of Nihau, Elangeni branch. I'll be making a presentation on behalf of Labour.
We have been given a communique where we have been guided as to we have been guided about our presentation, which will mainly cover our perception as labor on the state of affairs of the college, the challenges of workers at the college, and then the recommendations. So a presentation will be mainly on those three topics. The introduction, the National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union, NEHAWU, together with the South African Democratic Teachers Union, SATU, are the stakeholders of Elangeni TVET College. We will like to appreciate the opportunity to present this consolidated report before the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education and Training. As Labour, we remain committed to advancing the rights, the interest of workers, ensuring the fair labor practices, promoting transparency, and defending the integrity of the education sector. We also remain committed to provide the best service to our young people, our students, as they are at the center of being skilled, trained, and being educated. However, the reality at Elangeni College reflects a prolonged governance and ethical crisis that has crippled labor relations, compromised service delivery, and eroded staff morale. An example when it comes to compromised service delivery is that, for instance, I'll just make one example, that the Pinetown student who were involved in the strike in March this year, 2025, the classes were suspended during that phase. And up until today, they were not allowed to write that assessment. And the same thing has taken place in Kati campus in 2024. So those students are lacking, they don't have the ICAS marks for the test, which is ICAS 1. NEHAWU continues to represent workers in the face of persistent union bashing, hostility, intimidation, and administrative irregularities by senior management. Our interaction with the management are characterized by refusal to engage in genuine consultation, selective application of disciplinary processes, victimization of union members, manipulation of HR systems, the deliberate miscommunication. This SMT has treated the college as a personal fiefdom rather than a public institution adhering to policy and law. Here with me is just this is just an illustration of one of the communication that we have been sending to the management of the college about the inconsistencies, especially when it comes to disciplinary processes. The selection according to union affiliation. I would wish that one would just note that the attention is to the corporate services, and the communication is also CC'd the HR and also the college principal. And it was written in 2023. But there was no response, or there was no engagement. What is being raised here is not only about that there is a misconduct that is taking place, is also complaining that there is the treatment of staff, there is a selection in treatment of staff after, especially when they have conducted a serious misconduct. The example here is that there were certain preferred or favorite members that were involved in the misconduct of theft, and nothing was being done by the college. The content of the letter is also highlighting where this misconduct took place. As you can see below, page 1 of 2, the alleged very misconduct took place in the year of 2022 at Inanda Kwamashu Business Unit. There were no corrective measures that were taken. And also page 2 of 2, we have also indicated by a known clause that all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others, because that is what we see that is happening here at Elangeni College. We never got a response. We demanded that the response must reach us by 21 of April 2023. But it never happened. We were not engaged. We also sent a letter reminding them that we are still waiting for the response, and it never came. Sorry. Another second illustration. After some time, we then decided to send a letter to the Director General, Mr. Dr. Nsish, with almost the same contents, complaining or grieving. We CC'd Mr. Kamane. We also CC'd our then regional manager, Mr. Ngumane. The letter was written on the 12th of May 2023, complaining about the inconsistencies that is taking place within Elangeni College. The contents are more or less the same, but when you look at page 2 of 2, it gives more details. There is a favorite of the senior management that used the petrol card of the college for his own private vehicle. We even stated where that particular employee is. The theft of a building material at Inanda, the theft of cleaning college cleaning materials at Kwamashu, the filling of marks in the call text system without the actual marking of script at KwaDabega, the alleged theft of asset when it is being delivered by KwaDabega campus, the alleged intimidation of staff members by the campus management team member, it's into Zoom. Also, after writing to the department and also after sending a letter that was reminding them that we still await for their response, nothing came to us. So the third, this is just an illustration. The third one, it's just a letter that was written this year currently. Also complaining or grieving about the same things, that some other staff members are subjected to misconduct when others are not. Okay. Okay, because this is a consolidated report, SATU as a union have worked cooperatively with senior management for the past years up until recently in the year 2023, where there was a realization that the management unduly influences and interferes with the union activities and its direction, which compromises the welfare of its members. Currently, there is a hostile relationship between SATU branch leadership and the college management. I'm reminded that it's 10 minutes left, okay? The breakdown of the relationship between NIHAU, it started in 2016 when the principal was appointed, and it was mainly based on the two advertisements that were done, for one for the internal staff and one for the, we presumed, for the external. So the specifications were not the same, and then the union had to complain about that one. For ISATU, the strained relationship started when there was a branch congress where the management interfered with the processes, where there was even a circulation of the voice message that was circulating, where the principal was actually mobilizing for certain individuals. And this was in contravention of the handbook that regulates their conduct within the institutions. Then we come to the governance, ethical, and financial concerns. There is a company that was allocated called Student Hub that went through a tender process. According to scoring, this company was number 4. But for some reason, this was the company that was given this tender for digitalized student learning. And the amount of 9 million was allocated, and it was also paid to this company. But to date, there are no outcomes for what this service was meant. There is an allegation that some other a director general from the Department of Higher Education is involved in this project. Other irregularities, there is an allegation that the college was installing the inverters, and during this time, they also installed, the same company and the same person who was responsible for installing the college inverters, also installed inverters at the college principal's residence, private residence. We are also highlighting the procurement of students' accommodation in the city center instead of using the Mpumalanga campus for residents, because there's plenty of space. There is also an allegation of the private security for the principals, for the principal. The security for the principal is not only for his own physical bodyguard, but this is also for his residents. And this is questionable. We know that this qualification for her to have the bodyguard stemmed from the saga that took place in 2019, where there was a selling of posts, especially in the HR department. But when the disciplinary measures were being taken from this, it was only the bribee that were dismissed, but the briber are still with us, and the management involved are still with us. Public Service Commission, the union NIHAU also wrote a letter. I'm no longer going to open the link. They wrote a letter in 2020 to the Department of Higher Education, alleging in some of the concerns that the principal did not meet the requirements for the post, and requested that the department must do the forensic, the investigation. As always, the department never responded. And then the union was then forced to take the matter to the public protector and to the Public Service Commission. There were findings from the side of the Public Service Commission. We are still waiting for the report from the Public Protector. They did indicate to us that they are about to finish their investigation. But the union was vindicated from the findings of the Public Service Commission, because indeed what we have been alleging, the Public Service Commission substantiated that finding. Though in some of the points they could not substantiate our allegations, but they did in fact find out that indeed the principal has interfered with the HR processes. I'm going to skip, okay, maladministration. There is a lot of nepotism. We've got a list also that we have provided, a link where we have expressed instances where there is nepotism. It's all over. We have just made an example of an academic deputy principal who has got a husband who came in 2019, and fast forward today, he's actually leading as a campus manager in one of the campuses. Recommendations. Given the PSC immediate suspension of the principal, that is recommendation number 1. We believe that the department should have suspended her before the disciplinary measures were taken. In fact, I forgot to mention that the department did write to the Union of Nihau indicating that they will be taking the principal to the disciplinary hearing. But ever since then, we were waiting for them to indicate the date so that we can also be called as witnesses. But that did not happen. For now, we are not updated as to the progress of the disciplinary hearing. The second one is a dissolution of the college council because they are not engaging. They are not engaging. And also they have taken the side of the senior management. They are not engaging the stakeholders. They've taken the side of the senior management. We also indicated to the college council that they must change the contract workers to be permanent college paid employees. Then we are calling for an independent forensic investigation that will have look at all the HR practices regarding appointments, the use of public funds for unjustified expenditure, the results made public and used by the institution corrective measures. The exercise must take place when the principal is suspended to ensure integrity and prevent interference or fabrication of evidence. In conclusion, Elangeni TVET College stems from poor leadership and administrative manipulation. Both unions, Nihau and SATU, calls for the portfolio committee and DHEAD to act decisively on the recommendations in restoring governance, accountability, and confidence in the institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Labour. Colleagues, I am Honorable Msezane. I am certain that most of you are just hearing the voice, but I just entered into the venue. I do execute the responsibility of the chairperson in his absentia. He's just dealing with some other interviews. We've had a long week of oversight across the province. So he's attending to a lot of interviews based on those interactions. The next stakeholder would be the SRC, which will have 15 minutes to present. After SRC, DTG Fuchane, you'll come through. Then KwaZulu-Natal CET College, from the chair of council to the principal, then the SRC. Department, DTG Zoom, I hope you were hearing the presentation from Labour. And the department will have a lot to respond as well, because there are some allegations that are directed to the department as it pertains to these other allegations that have been made by labor. So please prepare your your response. Before the hand, colleagues, we still have KwaZulu-Natal CET College. So Honorable Khahawe is keeping the timer so that it's for your own convenience, so that you know that you must speed your presentation. But I think ideally we'll only remind you when it's 5 minutes before your time ends, so that you don't get distracted. And then when your time lapses, it has lapsed, we'll take the next presentation. What is your color of the hand? Is there a roving mic?
Yes, Chair. Perhaps I would have difficulties to determine the color of the hand. You would have your own concepts that you would use in Parliament. It's more of a persuasion, understanding that Labour was allocated 20 minutes, of which from the presentation, a number of issues that were factored in could not be communicated toward the presentation. Perhaps the Chair would guide. Would it be possible for us to factor in those issues within discussions, because we believe that these are issues of interest and these are issues of which the Parliament or the Portfolio Committee must listen to and be privy to before they even leave the college itself. These are critical matters. Had it been that we had means, we would have requested for 10 minutes extra, but now that we have stepped out of the podium, I don't think it would be fair. But could we factor in these issues during discussions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll consider that when the chairperson comes back, but obviously would see according to time when everyone else is presented, then I think we'll consider at that time. SRC of Elangeni TVET College.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, DHE officials, union representative, college management, I greet you all. The Student Representative Council welcomes the DHET Portfolio Committee presentation objectives, which are as follows. Share student views on the current states of affairs. Highlight key challenges, including NSFAS, student debt, and accommodation. Propose actionable recommendations to advance Elangeni TVET College. Let me just go straight to the presentation. By the way, I'm Kuleo Kumalo, the SRC Secretary. I'm here with our Deputy President, Mr. L. Nduli. Unfortunately, our President could not be here due to family responsibility matters. I will start by the state of affairs from student views. Student reports a generally positive learning environment driven by hands-on, industrial focused and training. They also view student support services are appreciated, including academic tutoring, counseling, financial aid guidance, and career workshop. They also view that transparency has improved through the SRC, which means there was no transparency, but the SRC, since it has been elected, there has been some sort of transparency. Students feel engaged, but seek faster response when raising their issues. As we all know, ngizoyisho ngesiZulu njengoba sonke sazi ukuthi alikho ikhaya elingenazo inkingi, so sicela ukuthi siyilethe inkingi, sizoyiletha ke manje ne-impact enazo kuma students. Challenges of students at the college. Firstly, we all know that NSFAS is a crisis. The problems that we got while engaging with the students, it was the delay of allowances disbursement. There have been delays in the allowances disbursement during the course of the year. There was even a strike in February, March, because of those delays. There's a limited coverages for meal and transport. Exclusion of students due to administrative errors by NSFAS, by FAO, and by DHET. La isikhuluma khona ngani ngalabade beku application progress, which is match code. Ilabo bantu ababe nenkinga. Currently, we are having students that have not got their allowances, and also some got their allowances, got wrong allowances. Here we are speaking about students who reside, those who got wrong allowances, students who reside in non-accredited areas. During the 19th of September disbursement, those students did not receive their full allowances. They only received the allowances of living and care. So we believe that NSFAS made their problems, we asked them to solve them immediately. The impact that this has caused to our students, it's financial stress, absenteeism. As we all know, the DHET implemented a policy of 80% attendance. So how will our students, how will we cover those, that 80% if NSFAS is not doing justice to us? Absenteeism and disappointment. Chair is reminding me, 10 minutes left. I'll move to teaching and learning. The problems that we got from students, it's outdated training equipment. Here we are speaking about computer labs. Our computers are outdated. We are not using the windows that we find in the working environment. We'll go to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi in all campuses. The access to Wi-Fi is limited. The Wi-Fi is not working very well in all 8 campuses. E-Pro students are not attended to properly. Those students are students that pay for themselves. They are self-funded, but they are not attended to they are not attended properly. They are being neglected. Everything to them comes in late. You are told today that you are writing tomorrow. It's the lecture work overloaded in all campuses. You will find that we are having lecturers who will teach NCV mated at the same time, which causes lecturers to have work overload. They even tend to neglect other streams and focus more on the others. As we speak right now, they are telling us on our campuses that they are busy marking for NCV, while mated needs to go to classes. Then the impact that this causes to our students, that students are unable to do well or perform well, which is why we are having a change of the pass rate. Let me move to sports and extracurricular activities. The problem there is that there's limited funding and inadequate facilities for sports and recreation within our college. I will take for last year in 2023, the SRC and student support hosted the sports day, whereby we had to cut down the number of participants, the number of students that were participating, to the fact that the funding was so small. We didn't have the amount that we needed to accommodate all students that needed to participate. So the impact this has on students, they miss opportunity in development, they miss the stress relief, asenzeki, ne-talent growth ayibi khona kuwona. Let me move to the biggest issue. Hey, NSFAS, hey, shame. This one is for you. Hey, this thing of accommodation, it's giving us a problem, including the institution. Hey, this one is for you also. Where they are staying. The deputy president went all out doing the investigation on the residents that are being accredited by NSFAS. On the residents that are being accredited by NSFAS. I think as I go on, the deputy president will show you what we are talking about. In this, the SRC has no word in the student accommodation. But what I could tell you, when there are problems at those accommodation, the SRC has to be on the forefront. The student speaks to the SRC, then we need to cascade the letter to the officials, but that does not happen. Some of the student accommodations are not fully equipped. As we speak right now, there's a resident down there in CBD, which was accredited a year ago. Students have been residing there, but as we speak, we have 50 students are sharing 6 refrigerators. What do you call that? 50 students sharing 6 refrigerators. What do you call that? So the impact that this has within the students, it's long travel times. This issue of transport. You cannot be a student from another campus, but you are staying at the CBD. We are hamba lapho ufika ukhathele campusini. Unsafe living conditions, as the deputy president has shown you the pictures of what is going on there. Let me move fast to, I'm being reminded of time. Health and wellness. The problem that students are facing is having limited access to mental health and counseling services. As we all know, the college is the DHET and the college are in partnership with Higher Health. So Higher Health only operates here in Pinetown. They only have one office. They don't have offices in other campuses. So students from other campuses are finding it difficult to access those resources. The impact that it has, it's stress, anxiety, poor wellness outcome, contributing to absenteeism and dropouts. We are so happy. We are so happy as the SRC Deputy President. We are new in the office, and we got this opportunity to come and recommend. We are so happy. Our recommendation as follows. We have action required, responsible stakeholders. Specifically, we have a timeline because young Indian is cut. So for NSFAS ensure timely disbursement of allowances, expand meal and transport coverages. As you can see, we have responsible stakeholders. I won't dwell to them, and also you will see the timeline there. Teaching and learning, we wish that upgrade training equipment and recruit additional lecturers, expand digital access. For sports, allocate budgets for sport facilities, establish a structured sport program. For resident, expand NSFAS accommodation pilot projects to all campuses, enforce safety standards in housing. For wellness, increase access to counseling services, introduce regularly wellness workshops. With that, I just want to show you a video or a picture of one of the residents here that we have. Okay, sorry. I don't know if it's safe for your child to be here. I'm sure our NSFAS officials, people who are able to accredit residents, will you be able to accommodate your child here? That's the question that we leave you with. Look at this. What is this? Is it safe for us to stay in such a place? This resident is down there at Ekat. Is it safe for us? Hygiene, where is it here? I think NSFAS needs to go back to the drawing board and also check if they accredit the right people. They should go back. Look at this. Is this a bed? Will your child sleep here? Will you sleep here? Let's go back to the drawing board and do justice for our students. We thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much, SG. Can perhaps SG, as you go and sit, can you finish NSFAS with a list of all those residences that are of that condition, so that once they sit there, they'll gather the information of those residences, especially those that are accredited by NSFAS. But as the portfolio committee, we also want the list of all the others that are housing your students that are not accredited, that are in bad condition. Just get us that list. But those ones that are accredited, NSFAS is seated. There's two very nice ladies there that I think are the source of your problems, according to you. And two very nice gentlemen as well. So they're seated just there behind you. Just give them that list of those residences, so that when they respond, they also give us the name of those residences, what grading are they, and when they were they graded. So we are in the business of actually dealing with that, and that is the recommendation that we've gave to NSFAS as the portfolio committee. The next to present is yourself, DDG Fuchane. You have exactly 15 minutes. I would remind colleagues again, we are still in the meeting of Parliament, the Labour. We are still in the meeting of Parliament, and it should be respected as such. So Honorable Khahau again, I'll indicate, she will show you with the paper that this is the minutes that we have left for your own convenience, so that you are able to do a speedy presentation, and you'd assume that we have the presentation, so just stick to what you need to present. Can the Chair of Council of the CET College be ready immediately after DDG Fuchan, so that we are able to move accordingly? Over to yourself, DDG.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and everybody in the House. Bless you, Honorable Khahau. I am going to be very brief, Honorable Chair, because the detail is going to be in the next presentations. But I do want to start with a very brief background and just remind all of us that our community colleges were established as a result of the white paper on post-school education and training in 2013. This paper clearly set out strategies to improve the capacity of the post-school education and training system to meet South Africa's needs. It also outlined policy directions to guide the department and the institutions for which it is responsible in order to contribute to the building of a developmental state with a vibrant democracy and a flourishing economy. The main policy objectives were to establish a post-school system that can assist in building a fair, equitable, non-racial, non-sexist and democratic South Africa. This was meant to reinforce a single coordinated post-school education and training system that would expand access, improve quality and increase diversity of provision, creating a stronger and more cooperative relationship between education and training institutions and the workplace. It is worth noting that 2025 marks a decade of community colleges. They were migrated from provincial education departments in 2015, where they were commonly known as ABET. With the 7th administration, the department is focusing on reforming and repositioning community colleges to address the dire needs of the 3.8 million South Africans who are over the age of 20 who are reported to be functionally illiterate. This is stats that we receive from Stats SA. And to also address the needs of the challenges that we are aware of. Let me also indicate that our community colleges are positioned to provide second chance education and training for youth and adults, those who may never have set foot in a school and those who may not have completed the traditional schooling system. We have seen a steady growth in support of the community college sector, particularly in relation to the provision of skills programs. This growth is mainly enabled by partnerships, particularly the SETAs, the National Skills Fund, which have supported the provision of skills programs in our community colleges. We've also developed into partnerships with our sister departments, for example, the Department of Basic Education, Provincial Education Department, province, a list of unutilized schools have been provided that the college could use, Department of Correctional Services and various municipalities. We are extending the partnerships to the private sector, and this intervention was initiated by the current minister, who was then the deputy minister, and is now led by the Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Gondwe, where we have successfully started engaging through her leadership on private partners. For example, Tiger Brands, we're engaging Tiger Brands for nutrition program for community colleges. I've reported previously that they are not bursary recipients, and we have identified challenges of nutrition in the sector. She's also leading partnerships with ShopRite, Old Mutual, Microsoft, and others. Let me also indicate that our community colleges are not without challenges as I'm ending. These challenges vary. They include, amongst others, infrastructure challenges, resource challenges, relatively low enrollments, which we are working on increasing, labor-related matters, mainly resulting to the standardization process. And as the department, we are working on resolving these challenges. Honorable Chair, please allow me then to over, and the details will come from the following presentations from the council chairperson, the principals, SRC, and Labour. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and honourable members.
Very much, DDG, for being very brief. I am not sure where the Chair of Council is sitting. Chair of Council, if you don't mind, could you just rather use the podium, because I think you're too far for our media team. Yeah, so Chair of Council and executive management of the KZN CET College, you have 40 minutes combined. So yourself and the principal for the presentation, you have 40 minutes. 40 combined.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, the DDG, all members present. I greet you all. My name is Ngobile Victor Zungu. the chairperson of the KZN CET College. Chairperson, I am going to run through my presentation and I will be as quick and as brief but clearly as possible in the interest of time. Chairperson, just before I run through my presentation, I would like to put forward to you, Chairperson, that the presentation I'll be making here today is informed by a collective leadership of the council members of KZN CET College. So what I will be presenting here is a reflection of a collective. Now, the presentation will cover the following: its governance, college size, our responsibilities as college council, our aspirations, strategic objectives, challenges we have been facing for the past 5 years, steps that we have taken as council to address those challenges, the areas of improvement that we feel we as council need to focus on, then it will be conclusion. Governance consists of additional members, the principal, 1 member of the academic board, 1 lecturer, 2 student representatives, 1 is the president of the students, and the which are made up of the following structure: members of council who are composed as additional members, the principal, 1 member of the academic board, 1 lecturer, 2 student representatives, 1 is the president of the students, and the which are made up of the following structure. We have the finance committee led by Mr. Maharaj. We have the audit and risk committee led by Mr. Tango. We have the planning and resource committee led by Ms. Lala. The human resources committee is led by Mr. Gunene. Academic committee is led by the principal himself. And the chairperson, as you can see, from the 1st to the 5th are all external members except the principal, who is an internal member leading the academic board. And council members and committees have been holding their ordinary meetings as directed by the Act, Section 9 of the Act and the Standard College Statute. We have had 4 council committee ordinary meetings. We have had special meetings and emergency meetings as directed by the Act. But these meetings will be held, especially the ordinary and special meeting will be held as and when the need arises. Now, how big is the college that we lead as council? This college consists of 11 districts plus 1 metro. It has CLCs, 40 CLCs. It has 260 satellite centers, learners 15,815, lecturers 2,238, center managers 40 in all. And these figures were obtained from the college when we were preparing this presentation right at the beginning of October, soon after we had had a call or an invitation from the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Our responsibilities, Chairperson, I'm not going to list them all because they are endless, but I just decided to zoom from the 2 that I've just indicated here, is to provide a strategic vision and leadership for the development of the college and exercising oversight on the college's operational plan, implementation of quality management system, attainment of the APP targets, budget and budget implementation as allocated, and the list goes on, as you can see, Chairperson. This is what we aspire as council, KZN CET College. We aspire to see our college providing quality occupational and community-based programs geared towards economic empowerment as underpinned in our vision. And in the end, we would like to see the illiteracy and unemployment rate getting reduced through the programs, skills programs that we offer as a college. And it is our end goal that we see a complete departure from the theory-based education to pure skills-based education. Chairperson, I do not want to bore you with the 5 main priorities which constitute our strategic objectives underpinned in our strategic plan, because I believe you do have a strategic plan for the college. But if I may just highlight them without elaborating on them, It's improving access. We want to see the improvement of the quality of the provisioning, improving success and improving responsiveness in the CET college system, and also providing excellent business operation. These are our 5 main priorities that we pursue as highlighted in our strategic objective. Now, these are our achievements, Chairperson. We have run our term of office from 2020 when we were appointed by the Honorable Minister, and we are now just right towards the close of our 5-year term. And we have had a number of achievements that we have made as council. Some of them is the revised and approved financial delegation of authority. We have also updated and approved SM policy. We have updated and approved HR policy framework. We have approved academic governance policy. We've made a very good steady progress towards attaining the 2025 targets on academic, occupational skills and non-formal skills program. Chairperson, we have also concluded 11 partnership agreements with various sectors and local business around where the college operates. We have also obtained 26 QTCO accreditations and on NQF level 5, which are skills and full qualification on artisanal skills and early childhood level. We have also managed to secure 4 repurposed schools, and these are schools that were unutilized by the DBE, Department of Basic Education, and they are situated around Emajuba District, Ilembe, and Otuela District. And we have approved the establishment of the college Facebook and website as a form of marketing the college, so that the entire community, KZN community, can know KZN CET, since it is a new establishment altogether. We have also established 6 computer labs, which are found at Dokis, Pindangene, 121 Battalion at Mtubatuba, Tatezake, Endleleni, and Kalsak, which is at Stenga, where you were probably initially going to have a visit at. Now, we have also obtained park homes through sponsorships, and these park homes have been installed at 121 Battalion, Ilungelo Letu, and Pindangene. We have also converted claim systems to standardization to our lecturers with full benefits, at least so that they can have security, something that has never been there before. We have also established business unit, which is an income generating stream for our college for purposes of self-sustainability, so that other services that are rendered by the college can be paid from this income generating stream. We have secured new central office, which is at Elton Place, and the process of registering this central office, it's way in advance, and pretty soon renovations will be taking place as soon as title of ownership has been transferred to us, and they will be moving the office from where it is currently to Elton Place. Chairperson, we have employed guards at all computer labs that we have, and these guards are securing our computers and making sure that no equipment gets lost, and the money injected in buying those equipments goes to drain. And these guards are paid by the college, and as you can see, we are able to pay these guards from the fund that is generated through the income stream that we have established through a business unit. We have also built a new skills center at Emakunini to the value of 80 million with a generous support and sponsorship from welfare and retail sector. And we have also obtained a clean audit or unqualified audit in the year 2021 and 2022 financial audit years. And we have developed the initial framework for the college's official fundraising strategy, which is going to be its work in progress. And as we are about to leave the office by the 20th of October, we hope that the new incoming authority, which will be appointed by the minister, will have a look at the document and approve it if they are happy with it. Now, what is our duties? Our duties are grounded on fiduciary. We have a fiduciary responsibility as council that we understand fully well, and our duty is a duty of care, a duty of good faith, a duty to act in the best interest of the college. And we believe, Chairperson, that strong oversight to stop wrongdoing is critical, is vital, rather than rubber stamping management decisions, even if they are wrong. We do not do that. Failure to exercise strong oversight, Chairperson, is a sign of unethical behavior and incompetence that comes with heavy punitive measures on council. And we understand that very well as KZN CET. And a classic example of that is the SAP board members who were ordered to pay at a region of about 11.5 million, and we don't want to find ourselves in that kind of the situation. Our council has adopted a very strong oversight posture, which created animosity at times between it and the management. This has presented or has created some challenges when we adopted that kind of posture. But the challenges are classified. I've decided to classify the challenges into two, Chairperson. And I'll begin with the systemic challenges which we face as council, and I will then deal with the challenges that are non-systematic, challenges that come from outside the system, and I will elaborate on that when I come to that. And with systemic challenges, there is a serious problem with the lack of infrastructure for all the CLCs that we have. Currently, most of the schools or most of the CLCs that we have, they operate in the DBE schools. And we only have 9 centers that belong to KZN CETs. That is Usizuzulu, Dokis, 121 Battalion, Mdubatuba, Bongweni, Tateko, Kubega, Mayane, Ulwazi, and Pindangene. So you can see, Chairperson, that we still have a very serious crisis when it comes to having our own infrastructure, which will enhance the identity of the college and also give encouragement and motivation to our learners to attend almost without any interruption. We also have a crisis of not having permanent support staff, most particularly in 2 departments, the SEM and the finance department. And these departments are very, very critical and very important. They are a backbone of the financial oversight for the council. So we have a serious problem in this department. Thirdly, we have to deal with the complete eradication of the double dippers, Chairperson. We have started making good progress, but we are not yet there, Chairperson. And this becomes a problem because sometimes we find that some of the educators that we utilize for our centers are also full-time based educators. And by reason that we also operate under DB schools, so we ended up finding ourselves unable to do or to undo these double dippers completely. We have a general problem of understaffing, and the college mostly uses the interns. And also, the college has a shortage of fleet to service the entire KZN. Chairperson, I must also indicate that, that the Act does not provide the council with powers to discipline. That is also a systemic challenge. Powers vest with the Department of Higher Education. So this now translates to a situation where council identifies something that requires redress with immediate effect, but only to find that council does not have powers because the Act does not transfer or confer such power to council. And a corrective measure takes a long time to find its operation so that a problem identified can be addressed and be eradicated completely without any interruptions to the operations of the college. The role of the principal in council meeting, Chairperson, is also not clearly defined in the Act. And this presents a problem because the chairperson finds that the principal finds himself getting conflicted or getting handling 2 roles: the role of being a chairperson, a member of council, and the role of being an accounting officer for the institution. Where he is supposed to account, he becomes a member of the council. And you cannot have a situation where an accounting officer oversees himself. He cannot be in the meeting and be one of the council members at the meeting whilst he also has to account to council. I think this has to be addressed in the legislature when an Act is being re-looked at. Otherwise, it creates a problem. If I may extend my explanation around that, you'd find that whenever there are decisions that council are about to take that relate to the non-performance of the principal will contest, argue, and debate the point to an extent that when the resolution has been taken, despite his contestation, the resolution will not be implemented solely because the chairperson, the principal was not happy about the resolution. And it creates a problem because there's no separation of powers, responsibilities when it comes. I think the act has to be relooked around that. Other challenges that we have faced as the college chairperson is the threat, are challenges that have posed a threat, serious threat to council's oversight, which I wanted to share with you as directed or mandated by honorable council members back home. A significant decline in the internal control environment within finance and SCM, which have been reflected in the audit findings for the past financial year. The college also, chairperson, there is failure to implement some of the council resolution by the college management, and that poses a very, very significant threat to council's operation. The college failure to implement or to timelessly provide the process reports and information to FinCom and ARC, resulting to inadequate or no reporting to council to make proper decisions as and when they are required to do so. This has been an ongoing practice in the college, which at times had created tension amongst council members, members of Audit and Risk Committee, FinCom members, as well as the council at large. Unprecedented cancellation of council meetings, chairperson. We have seen something that has never happened before by the accounting office, which sought to destabilize the governance and the oversight of council. The report of suspicious financial malpractices and maladministration that were identified by the internal auditor, the former internal auditor, also presented a serious threat to the oversight work of KZN CET College. I will come back to that aspect, chairperson, once I deal with the steps that were taken by council to deal with such. The unprecedented withdrawal of the accounting officer from the council, protesting abuse by council in front of his juniors, which is the presence of the juniors, the presence of students. It's not council's problem. It's a problem that was created by the act. But unfortunately, it limits the council and makes the principal or the accounting officer find it very, very uncomfortable when serious issues have to be traversed in details and be directed straight to the principal to account. And if he's not happy, then he finds that he's being abused and stuff like that. Chairperson, there is also an unprecedented withdrawal of council secretariat that we have just experienced of late, including the cancellation of the meeting links, the persistent, irregular, and unauthorized expenditure by the college was also another challenge which we regarded as council we took them as very serious challenges. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the amount of 1,579,500 rands was also noted by council, and it was a serious matter that council is not happy about. The qualified audit for 2023 and 2024 audit years and auditors' recommendations were not followed. As a result, that is why we have this kind of a dilemma. Chairperson, I must say we are really not proud about this kind of the audit. The classified. Okay, now I'm coming to the steps that have been taken by council so far in dealing with these challenges that we have been facing. Now, what did the council do when it was confronted by the suspicious financial malpractices and maladministration? Council classified this practice as a very serious threat to financial oversight and compliance. Council decided to engage with the principal to seek clarity, including steps taken to prevent it. Council was not happy with the explanation given to it by the principal. Council decided to move ahead and invoke Section 46(1) and reported the matter to the minister. By then it was Dr. Nzimande. And the request was to have a forensic investigation instituted into the affairs of the college to establish whether these financial malpractices and irregularities identified by the internal auditor did have something to stand. And I must say, Chairperson, through you, the letter was written to the minister on 24 July 2023, and the minister was requested to focus his attention on the period as identified by the internal auditor starting from 2019 to 2022. Chairperson, the report of financial malpractices and maladministration kept on persisting despite having requested the investigation from the Honorable Minister. This was through the ARC and the FinCom, and Council resolved to engage the services or to engage the law enforcement services so that this can be investigated. That was around 22 August 2024 when this was reported under the reference number that is indicated there. DHET reached out to Council for more context to the request by November 1, 2024, and Council furnished the information requested by DHET on 6 November 2024, and DHET met to introduce the appointed investigator to conduct only, my emphasis, only the preliminary investigation. Investigation was concluded on 6 December 2024. Council was awaiting to be briefed as to the outcome of an investigation after the minister has signed it off. And since December, the Council did not receive anything until 19 September 2025 when the Council got briefed. Other further developments that are disturbing, Council learned and reported fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 1.5 million which took place shortly after it had reported these allegations of malpractices and financial malpractices with the minister. Despite the warning, the Council spent on unapproved, the college spent on unapproved budget for the better part of the beginning of 2025. And Council was really not happy about this. Fundraiser title was changed to Business Development Manager despite persistent objection by Council. Fundraiser contract ended on 30 November 2025, was supposed to be terminated, but apparently it was extended to month without Council's approval. And this,
excuse me, sorry to disturb you. I just want to check with you. Is there still another presentation that is going to be headed by the principal, or this is the only presentation from the CET college? Because I also have another presentation here that supposedly is from the CET college. So just want to confirm that, so that in terms of time, I had given you 40 minutes combined time for the KZN CET college. And the manner in which you are moving, I can tell that by the time you are done, if there's another presentation, then there will only be 10 minutes left.
Chairperson, there is another presentation that we run by the principal, but I was trying to be as quick as possible, Chairperson. But if, I'm indebted to the Chairperson, if the Chairperson would like this presentation, the rest of the other slides to be considered by the committee, which I have emailed it to the secretary of the committee. Okay. I'm more than happy to do that. It can be directed by the Chairperson.
Please do round up. We still have a number of other presentations.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Right. The tension then grew exponentially between the Council and the accounting officer, and the enthusiasm amongst Council members started declining because of all these things, and to an extent, there's some other Council members wanted to resign as Council members, but I persuaded them not to do so that we do not disturb the work of the minister. And the accounting officer started making accusations of harassment, bullying, and disrespect by him, by Council members, and that resulted to boycotting of Council meetings. 30 March meeting could not be held. 10 April meeting could not be held. 11 April meeting could not be held. This was just a disaster. And we have never seen such a thing happening before. And an accounting officer withdrew meeting links, instructed Council Secretariat not to attend Council meetings, instructed fundraiser not to come and present the closeout report to Council. It was something Council did not or have never seen before. Now, Chairperson, there were a lot of things that did not go wrong, which posed themselves as challenges. We also saw the delay in the submission of the most important compliance document, which is the strategic plan for 2025. Letters are written to DHET, Chairperson, alerting DHET of the crisis that we have. I remember at one stage the DDG received a letter, the DG and the minister received a letter. It was around 14 April, alerting the department of the crisis that the Council is having, as we could see that governance was coming to a standstill because of the tension that began to build up between Council and the accounting officer in the exercise of oversight by an accounting by the by College Council. Chairperson, oversight powers were completely crippled by the accounting officer's conduct, worst government crisis ever experienced, with worst frustration ever experienced by council. Frustration mounted with council, and the council was feeling that they are being undermined or at the worst not being given necessary attention by the department. And this then resulted to council taking a decision to write a letter to the chairperson of the portfolio committee that was in 2 July, reporting its frustration with the manner things were taking place at the college. Despite remaining resolute and committed, they did write that, correspond that with the chairperson of the portfolio committee, and lo and behold, by 19 September, the department came back to College Council and informed that the minister had signed off the recommendation of the investigators into the affairs of the college. Those recommendations, among others, recommended that there must be a detailed forensic investigation instituted by the department into the affairs of the college, and also consequent management be taken against the principal. Chairperson, I am not going to go into where we should improve in the interest of time, but there are areas of improvement that we as college as council identified, and which we wanted to share with you, Chairperson. There are not so many, very few, but if what I can say, Chairperson, as a conclusion to this presentation is that the college chairperson council was very functional and committed to its responsibilities throughout, despite distractions, and it has submitted its close-out report to the minister, concluded its term, will be concluding its term of office somewhere around 20 October 2025, and the council would like to thank the minister for entrusting it with such a huge responsibility, and we thank the portfolio committee for visiting our college, and then we trust that the leadership of the incoming council will continue from where we shall have left off and make KZN CET a much better institution for our learners. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Where is the principal?
Honorable Chairperson, and may I just rise on the observed protocol, and thank you for the opportunity that you have given us. May I check my time, Honorable Chairperson, if I still have any time left?
Yeah, you guys had 40 minutes, and the chair of council used 26 minutes. You are supposed to have 14 minutes, but we'll give you some grace. It will depend on how we feel when we get to the end of the 40. So you can present.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I will appreciate that. Maybe, Chairperson, I will not be, let me present, start by going to the presentation right away and be fast. My name is Begefini Mtetwa. I'm the principal of the college. That is the overview, Chairperson, which I am going to skip because of time. We are a college that started in 2015, and as the DDG alluded by the minister then, we have got 40 centers and 260 satellites. As a community education and training college, our registration processes differ from those of TVET colleges. Registration for CET colleges are conducted manually each academic year. Students are required to visit the center in person, inquire about the programs being offered, and then proceed. Now, we have got some registration requirements that they need to produce and that they need to abide by. For example, a student may only register for a program if he or she meets the legal admission requirement for study at the college. For example, are you a South African citizen, etc. Students must be older than 18 years. The college enrollment form must be completed, and there must be also ID supplied for that process. Then we have got program-specific registration for GTC Level 4, Sub-Level 1, 2, 3. Registration begins immediately after the final GTC Level 4 examination and continues until the end of March of the following year. Amended senior certificate registration runs from period 1 October 31 to 31 October of that specific academic year and is done physically, because we don't have the LMS. That is one of the drawbacks of CET. This current ASC cohort will write, for example, in May, June 2026. They have just registered. Skills programs, registration follows each center's plan for the implementation during the academic year. Now, let me take you through, Honorable Members, Chair, and all ladies and gentlemen here, in terms of our disaggregated. Let me not go through line by line, but suffice to say we had targets which are 2024. We were supposed to be 39,000. We only achieved on the region of 10,000. This year, in 2025, we are supposed to be achieving 18,000. We are at 16,000. There are attributions to those decline numbers. I think they will be part of the challenges. If the chair allows me, I will talk to. But roughly, the issues of there is no marketing because we don't have a marketing officer. The issue of resulting and certification are some of those issues which have given us a problem. Let me not now talk to the issues of college governance because the chair. We agree on that aspect which he talked about. Overview of college organogram. Let me come to the issues of the Student Representative Council. We do have a fully constituted SRC. In line with the definition of governance, the roles and the responsibility of SRC include participating in institutional decision-making. They are part and parcel of our council, advising and supporting the delivery of effective and efficient student support services, managing and administering student representation at different levels. The structure of the college's SRC was fully constituted in 2024, wherein all the portfolios were filled. This brought forth the highlight of the crafting, approval, and adoption of the SRC Constitution in 2024. In 2025 nominations, the SRC nominations took place at the beginning of the year. The nominations were conducted in accordance with the KZN City College SRC Constitution. The academic board is fully functional, Chair. And now let me come to the organizational structure, which is, I'm sure the chairperson, the honorable chairperson, the honorable members, and all officials who are here, they will see the difference between CET colleges and TVET. If you see there, you have got the principal, 3 deputy principals, 1 assistant director, 1 senior administrator, 1 personnel assistant to the principal. This small team, Honorable Chair, is responsible for all those 40 centers and 260 satellite supervisors across the province. The lack of appropriate staffing levels is creating operational strain, with critical functions either under-resourced or absent entirely. I think the chair alluded to that, and on that note, on that aspect, we concur, because that is exactly what transpires. The small team chairperson is having no functional officials. For example, we don't have marketing, we don't have data management official, we don't have IT, we don't have SCM, finance, internal audit, examination officials. Only this thin and skeletal staff is doing all this for the entire province, Honorable Chair. And this is a serious thing. For example, on the issues of SCM and finance, those are the issues which are very much highlight of what we are going through. It's a strain. And we spend sleepless nights as management because we know we are like people with their hands tied behind their backs because you are helpless. There is no separation of duties. I mean, we have got only one CFO who operates as everything in everything. That is something I think we and Chair agree on that aspect. That needs to be addressed. Employment and remuneration of inequities. Chair, several center managers have been acting for more than 6 years without receiving acting allowances. Center managers are remunerated. I'm rushing, so I never indicate this slide. So center managers are remunerated for 5 hours and 3 hours for lecturers. Lecturers have also upgraded themselves, but only to find that that has not been captured. And as per the Corporate Service Circular 10 of 2025. This affects generally the morale and raises tensions. Inevitably, Chair, work rate of affected staff is also affected. We do have vacant posts for the Deputy Principal Academic, and some of the lecturers' positions are not filled because we are more than the quota in terms of CET. It is said our staff is more than the quota that we are supposed to have. The LTSM delivery, Chair, we delivered in 2025, although the college experienced challenges of not meeting the intended target. Part of the challenges, Chair, are emanating from the fact that the issues of supply chain, we don't have any unit at all. So that thing, if you have got a tender process, you don't even have somebody who is specialized with the requisite skills to guide us on those processes. We are taken advantage of, Chairperson, in that regard. And that has got serious issues in terms of compliance, in terms of making sure that we meet to the timelines, etc., etc. So the college has sought, in trying to deal with that, the assistance of PECO to ensure that these challenges are vetted for 2026 and years ahead. The college is happy, though, to have received full funding for GTC Level 4 LTSM that will cover for the next 3 years. 2025 will be 22,000. We'll be spending 22,901, and then 2026 12,000 and 12,830 for 2026 and 2027. But we also do receive money for spending on LTSM from the normal funding from the DHET, which is the table on non-TLSM on the extreme right of the slide. May I quickly come to financial performance? That slide tells you that in 2023 we received that amount, and the budget available amount is 10 minutes. So, Chair, we let me just fly that and then go to availability of lecturers. I've talked to the chairperson, and then in terms of the ratio, we do have majority being Africans, and then we do have our Indian counterparts as well as colors. We don't have whites. Chair, I don't have a lot of time on my side. Overview of student support. As the college, we are doing all we can to support our students. And let me just fly that slide because I am rushing to get to the slide on challenges. Student academic performance in terms of subjects, chairperson, let me just highlight in terms of the pass rate. In spite of all the challenges, we have achieved 73, 72.5, 79.4% in terms of subject performance. The causes of dropouts are inadequate academic preparation, resource constraints, underfunding, absenteeism, inefficiencies in operations, underqualified lecturers. We do have a lot of them in KZN, which is a problem. And measures for intervention are highlighted, chairperson. They include tracking and re-engagement of dropouts. They include improving our lecturers so that they could be qualified, and constant monitoring and evaluation, policy relook, and funding adjustment relook. We hope that can help. Now, let me come to college qualification mix. Chairperson, when we started, we only had column 1, which is GETC ABET level 4. But now, when I speak, together with management, we have been able to include occupational skills, which include new venture creation, something that was unheard of in CET. We do have it. And the list goes on. Chef, office administrator, community councillor, basic furniture upholstery, home-based project manager, and public service administrator. Those are the occupational programs that we have. And we have also non-formal programs. We also have got NSF-funded programs, which makes now us to be now moving towards a college that is a sought-after college. In terms of finances, chairperson, in terms of our audit, we received unqualified audit in 2022. 2023, we have received qualified audit and qualified audit as well last year. Particularly, this was due to PPE, because now with us getting more funding through CETAs, we are acquiring a lot of property and plant equipment. And with no asset manager, chairperson, to look into that, we are like an Uno expected to perform like a Jaguar. And that is not possible. And we are really struggling, because where we should be having people who must be looking into these things, we go there with our eyes open and knowing that we could avert this, but because of the absence of capacity, we find ourselves there. Chairperson, I don't know whether I will indulge in your kindness to finish my presentation, but let me, because this is a good story to tell. The issue of physical infrastructure, chairperson, it's something that has never been there. But through our innovation with management as a collective, we never said. We said, let's do something. And as a result, all those things that have been mentioned, they are the real act of management. They have been mentioned in the other slide, but I'm presenting to you what we have done. We have gone out of the way, negotiated with people, got some structures which I've alluded in that slide. And I'm going to go through pictures, chairperson. We have gone to the point where in these centers, they have not been even affected by the load shedding, because they've been on solar. And that has been as a result of the effort of the management to acquire solar for the skill centers. I'm showing you those pictures of solar installation in all these centers, including 1-to-1 battalion at Hlabisa, including Chief Albert, where we wanted to go, and Dokis and Tatezak. Now, overview of physical infrastructure, Chair, goes beyond that because it says we are having also laptops which are in these centers. Where now you never had the issues of computer being offered in our colleges. We are talking of CET accredited programs, Chairperson. These are the pictures which we can show you now, which we are so proud of as the college, which we have achieved. And here we offer QCTO accredited programs. We also have got upholstery in one of them, and we also have got a kitchen here in Durban. Those are the issues of outstanding results, which I talked to earlier on, which are also a challenge. Partnerships, Chairperson, it's a lot. I can show you those slides. You can see with almost everybody in the sector, in the CET sector, with municipalities, with government departments, we have gone a long way as the CET College. And let me tell you, Chairperson, just for 2025, we have got those awards, and they mean a lot because the issues of partnerships, Chairperson, came as a result of, if I can just go to my page here, came as a result of the management's invention and thinking of having what we call a project management unit, which was supported by council, and it was the invention of management. And this project management unit, Chairperson, has assisted us because through this one, we have acquired 65 times in terms of 30 skills programs and qualified ranging from level 1 to level 5. I don't have a lot in terms of time, but Chair, offering occupational programs directly without outsourcing to private skills development providers is our achievement. Getting IET lecturers to be multi-skills to offer occupational programs has been our achievement. Translating them from only offering IET to offering these skills programs has been something we are very proud of. The diversification of funding, improvement of certification, and stronger collaboration with rural communities. The big one which we are so proud of is this one, Chair. We own a truck, a borehole truck, through which we are going to be offering the skills programs on borehole drilling. And you see the picture on your left, one was in China, now it is here in Durban at Dokis. This is our truck as CET, and we are very much proud of this. Chairperson, Inkosi Smagade Skills Center, which was alluded to as being built, is not yet built. It is committed. It has been committed. It has been through our initiative. I know that it was indicated in the previous slide as having been built at 80 million. The SDPs are already underway. As you can see, even the drawings, that is the picture you will see when you get to that center. And we're so proud of what we have done as management to achieve this. Of course, we hope to see these things happening. Say, I've talked about the accredited programs. Let me not bore you with that. But as you can see that list, this thing has not been heard of in 2015. But here today, we speak of this. This is a game changer for CET because it says we are reaching out to those 3 million who otherwise would not have been able to access these kind of skills. And through enabling CET, KZN CET College, to have these, that is where we are. And the list goes on, Chairperson, as you can see, it's a lot of QCTO accredited programs where our young people can come and occupy. And that is one aspect at Serif Farm, where we're doing agriculture and greenhouse, which is also what we have achieved. So let me come to the challenges. The challenges are outdated funding norms and standard not addressing skills and occupational programs such as tuition costs, tools and equipment, practical training workshops, maintenance of infrastructure, security based on old delivery practice using DBE schools to afternoon. This risk, it goes with the risk of inadequate allocation that does not support advanced occupational skills. The recommendation is that we will request that there be funding. Outstanding GTC results, I've talked to that, it impacts negatively on enrollment. So timeous issuing of results certificates will be key. But coupled with that, Chair, the issue of examination comes to the fore, where we are to run the examination without manpower, without funding. That is critical, Chairperson. Delay in the organogram, not yet approved, is extremely risky, Chairperson. It is the vacancy rate with critical posts not filled, finance, SCM, internal audit, marketing, you name it, asset management, compliance officer. Those are the things we don't have benefit of as CET colleges. And we've taken advantage even by when we try to outsource these things. You try as the principal, you outsource these things, you are taken advantage of by those people you outsource, and they bring a lot of challenges to the college. I can tell you, Chair, we are stressed as principals. We are stressed. This is a very at some point I wrote and I said, can this be taken back to DHET? Because you can't sleep. If you are a well-meaning accounting officer, you can't sleep when you don't have these. It's a stressful exercise for all of us. And I hope through your leadership, Chair, you will assist us to have an approved college organogram. And the delay in migration of district officials, the instability in operations in district, because as these 7 members are there, they are only operating at the central office. There is no one in districts. There is no one anywhere in the KZN to deal with this. So processing of the migration of district officials will be assisting. And the lack of support system for development, maintenance, servicing of college-owned infrastructure such as ICIT system and connectivity, paying for services such as water, electricity, rates, utilities, maintenance, etc., is a problem. We are acquiring those sites, Chairperson, out of our own self. Let me tell you the site, which was an exciting story, but I will not have the benefit of showing you that because of time. We had prepared a video of Chief Albert, one of our most important achievements, where we went out. I remember I was leading that, sitting with Mr. Reddy, begging and saying, give us that skills center. And what he did, he gave us. He gave us that skills center. And what we did, we transformed that skills center. The only center, Chair, where you don't have IET, but you have plumbing. You have got bricklaying. You have got computer. You have got welding. We are so proud of that. And that is what we have achieved. And what is more important is that that skills center, Chair, is running as a result of the PMU, the Program Management Unit, because the funding for running that center is coming not even from the department. It's coming from the funds we get from the fundraiser, whom we appointed because of our initiative and our foresight of how we want to transform CET so that it is making impact to the people. So unfortunately, we won't see that, Chairperson, but it's a marvelous center which we're so proud of. Let me finish, Chairperson, that there needs to be a support for the acquisition of infrastructure so that we can pay for security, we can pay for people who are going to be running those centers, and infrastructure like the CIEG grant, which is there for TVET. Chairperson, the non-payment of the improvement of qualification is a threat because it has to be done. The sending of PKM will help us. The lack of center managers appointment is a big problem, Chairperson. Lecturer training that is not aligned to occupational skills is a problem because it makes us not to be agile to move in the direction of skills trajectory. So the reviewing of aligning of lecturer training to occupational programs is key, and non-responsive to community needs will be addressed as a result. And lastly, Chairperson, no college-based functional management information system with learner management system linking the college, CETAs, DHET, QCTO is a threat. Lack of incredible data, appointment of service provider to provide college MIS will be our solution. Let me close, Chairperson, by saying, I really want to thank you, but I would not be responding to all those allegations because that have been tabled here, because there are processes which the department has been private to, that has been escalated. So I would rather not deal with it and allow the department to deal with those as our seniors. And maybe yourself, you can have documents alluding to that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. SRC from CET. President and SG, we have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Portfolio Committee, dear head officials, stakeholders, union representatives, and all protocols observed, I greet you all. Standing in front of you all is Ntuli Goodman, the SRC president, and we are here to make our presentation based on sorry about that. We are here to make our presentations based on the KZN CET College SRC, representing the student voice in this oversight visit, present the current state of affairs from student perspectives, and outline challenges affecting students. Propose constructive recommendations for improvement, strengthen collaboration between student, management, and the parliament. Before we go there, I would like to dwell on our purpose. The purpose of this presentation is simple yet profound. To present heartbeat of our students, we come here not to complain, but to construct. Not to point fingers, but to extend hands, and not to dwell on the challenges, but to shape the solutions. Our vision is clear. It is to see a college that empowers every student to succeed, regardless of age, background, or circumstance, to achieve their fullest potential. When we speak of CET, we speak of hope restored, of skills gained, and of communities rebuilt. And I would like us to go on our background. Yes. It says that the KZN CET College SRC was democratically elected in March 2025 in full alignment with the Continuing Education and Training Act of 2006. We are the voice of We are the voice and bridge between students and management, representing every cluster, every district, and every classroom across our province. This year, we took a major step forward. We attended leadership trainings, governance workshops, and the national CET advocacy events. We reviewed and strengthened our SRC constitution and student code of conduct, both now submitted for approval. We are not waiting for change. We are ourselves to lead it. Empowerment and partnership. Through our partnership with Higher Health, we have reached students with vital awareness programs on mental health, gender-based violence, and substance abuse. Because before we can graduate, we must first learn to live and thrive. City College are more than classrooms. They are safe spaces, lifelines, and launch pads for the unemployed, the underskilled, and the forgotten. Through CET, we do not only learn skills, we learn confidence, leadership, and resilience. We are growing not just as students, but as the future leaders of our communities. Now we are going to head straight to the state of affairs. Despite challenges, there is much to celebrate. Our college continues to expand education to rural and undeveloped areas. We are seeing committed lecturers who go beyond their duties to help students achieve. We are seeing teamwork, growth, and the courage to keep moving forward even when resources are limited. That is the spirit of KZN CET, where determination outshines difficulties. Honorable members, our programs is not without pain. Now we are going to challenges. Many of our centers still use DPE, Department of Basic Education Infrastructure, learning in classroom meant for children sitting at desks too small and working under poor condition without proper water or electricity. Some centers lack internet access and adequate materials, making it difficult to compete equally. We face certificate backlogs that leave graduates discouraged and uncertain of their future. And sports, recreation, and wellness, which are vital for a healthy, motivational student life, remains limited or non-existent in many centers. Yet, through these obstacles, we rise because our circumstances do not define us, our drive does. Now we are going to move on recommendations. Our call and recommendations. We believe in solutions, not silence. We believe in progress, not pity. And today we present our call to action. The first one is based on teaching and learning. We recommend that for equipment of all. We recommend that the college equip all centers with proper classrooms, connectivity, and learning materials. And the second, the college equip all centers with proper classrooms, connectivity, and learning materials. And the second, and the resolution is figured out in iyodwa ukuthi and for all. The third one is based on inclusivity. And our recommendation: provide support for students with learning barriers and ensure all programs are accredited and accessible. The fourth one is based on students' empowerment. Siyacela. Give SRCs a strong voice in decision making and visibility through community engagements. And the fifth one is based on awareness campaign. La lento ehlupha kakhulu kuma dropouts. Because sizwile kuyakhalwa kuthiwa no mhlambe into eyenza ama dropout uyibalile ngisho no doctor kade engapha khona le ngabaleki kahle ile ngizocela nje uyikhuluma ngesizulu le ile yokuthi thina ngoba si community, our community is not well informed ngo CET sector. Masifika lena thina abantu bahlezi bekhala wenza usithi nje abamnakile kuma communities because ngibona ngathi it is not well branded. Mawufika khona kuthiwa wenza usithi as if mawuya eCT college ufike wenze i-coloring uphume uthole i-certificate sakho uhlale nasekhaya. And leyo nto ifika kabuhlungu is a result kuma high rate of ama dropout. Ekulimazeni kwaleyo nto leyo ukuthi ama students wethu most of them tend to suffer angazi noma nizoyizwa tend to suffer from bazothina abantu syndrome. And leyo nto leyo we need to pay attention on that in order ukuthi sikhulise uCT. So our recommendation there we are pleading with the college to launch community campaigns to remove the stigma around CET education and celebrate lifelong learning. And the sixth one, 40, it is quite important. Kade ngibuka lana siselangeni college bana wama ground la ukudlalwa khona yet thina kwasithi esports sibukeke ngathi it is non-existent. So on that sizocela futhi on sport and recreation we are pleading bring back sport and wellness programs to uplift student morale and promote unity. And our seventh and last recommendation, it's based on lecturer development. Strengthen lecturer training and encourage continuous learning because empowered lecturers produce empowered students. And in conclusion, the SRC, the KZN CET SRC would like to extend their gratitude, or I don't know if I could say compliments, to the colleges, to the two DHEADs, college council, college management. I just want to count them all. College management, college staff at large, college staff for putting more effort in bettering the CET sector, or rather the KZN CET college. Because that makes it clear, Uguti, you came here with a clear vision. You came to the college with a clear mandate, and that is to serve the college's vision and a mission with 100% resilience and integrity. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much. Is Labour from CET here? From CET? All right. Yes. You have your 20 minutes. You have started your time, so it will work well for you to start.
Just press hold.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry for inconvenience. Actually, the time we knew was from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, so we didn't know that we were going to start earlier. My name is Samson Kalega from Nehau, and I'm going to present on behalf of Nehau and SAT12. The overview visit on the portfolio committee on the higher education. So the overview on the state of the affairs of the college from the workers' perspective, the nature of employment, therefore, under which the college lecturers were placed, disadvantaged them at all costs. Under this nature of employment, lecturers are permanent but not full-time workers, and this comes with the following disadvantages. They can't get study loans or any kind of loan for that matter. Further, their studies, they can't find loans to further their studies. This leaves them.
I forgot to inform you, Chair.
Yes.
That
yes.
We are streaming live, so your people are seeing you on TV and they are calling you. It's important that you put it on silent.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. Thank you. So the disadvantage that put the labor in a special nature of employment, which is the employment 34, disadvantages them in the fact that although they are full-time employers, but they are not, although they are permanent, but they are not full-time employers. As a result, they can't get loans to further their studies because the financial service providers claim that they are not permanent, they are not full-time. In fact, they are not fully employed. So this leaves some of them stuck on the matric qualifications with no means to help them study further. They are breadwinners of their families, and with the little they earn, it's difficult to finance their studies. The CEC staff doesn't get automatic transfer of salaries like increment, pay progression, and other means of payment due to them from the employer. They are always the last to receive the payment on the likes of the aforementioned conditions. So the challenges of the workers at the college, the supply chain management has no manager, no permanently employed staff, but only run by interns. Poor delivery of services, especially learning and teaching support material. To date, no textbooks have been supplied. Some of the centers have not received the cleaning materials to tools, equipment, and equipment for various skills programs. Extremely poor processing of requests or requisition of all kinds of supply chain management. The issue of service providers contracted as private companies but using the college resources and even sit at the KZN CET College management meetings as in point. Mr. Wilson's Mande employed or contracted privately as a fundraiser and lately changed to relationships manager. RQV alignment for lecturers who have improved their qualifications. So up to date, the issue of RQV alignments that have been the problem for a long time has not yet been resolved. So there is a huge need for the permanent work, for the permanent workplaces, for example, campuses, because right now we're being hosted by the basic education classes and the working conditions are not good at all. So poor financial management and turnaround by the CFOs. The pay progression for the year 2022 of 7,500, which was a once-off payment promised to lecturers as backdated from 2022, was received by only a fraction of them. Most of the lecturers have not received that money to date. There is no clear explanation as to why lecturers are still unpaid. Recommendations to take the college forward. Speed the process on alignment of RQVs. Urgent implementations of sponsored or financed academic program with a recognized institution to be introduced, whereby all lecturers, especially those with qualifications less than RQV 13, would be given an opportunity to upgrade to their qualifications at least RQV 13. If it was like it was done in the TVET colleges, it can also be done in the CET colleges. Speedy adjustment of working hours from 3 hours to at least 5 working hours per day should also be implemented. Implementation of better working conditions. Urgent intervention of the issue of lecturers who pay rent out of their own pockets for their own satellite learning centers for teaching and learning. So we have an issue here whereby the college doesn't pay rent because some of the schools that host the CET centers require payment for the rents so as to meet them halfway in terms of water and electricity. So the lecturers end up paying that out of their own pockets. So urgent employment of supply chain managers and at least 4 permanent staff. The research team on the community needs, the research on the community needs for the purpose of introducing more causes that are needed most by the community in different environments nationally. Provision of solutions to the challenges that directly affect our communities. Early delivery of POEs and POAs, updated file contents to enable quality workmanship by lecturers. So sometimes you find that by the time the POEs are needed for moderations, the lecturers don't have the updated documents that need to be filed in student POEs and also the POAs for lecturers. Speedy introduction of lecturer workshops, so we don't get workshopped at all. Immediate recognition of supervisors' positions who work dedicatedly and tirelessly on voluntary basis for the smooth running of the CET College and academic activities. Current activity supervisors, currently acting supervisors to be appointed officially and to be placed without interviews as a symbol of appreciation for their hard work. So unfortunately, our our employer doesn't recognize the position of supervisors. As a result, for smooth running of teaching and learning, they end up volunteering themselves on those positions. And we ask for the recognition of them because they work tirelessly, but without getting paid for being supervisors. So consequent management must apply to all the responsible people. So there are people who just get away with doing huge mistakes without being punished, whereas others are taken into account with a little mistake that they have done. So invigilation should also for people. So there are people who just get away with doing huge mistakes without being punished, whereas others are taken into account with a little mistake that they have done. So invigilation should also uniform. There should be uniformity in the CET college nationally as per the standardizations. We were placed in standardization, but there are a lot of differences in the college nationally. Some provinces are earning more or are working more hours than others. And again, there are payments that are due for certain activities like invigilation, but some don't get any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Labour. That was the last slide, no? Okay. No, thank you very much. The laptop, yeah. It should be college, yeah, but I'm told that when I was outside, the deputy chair took an irregular decision. Which we must now correct. So the deputy chair took a decision that DDG Fuchane had left minutes. And then he wanted to transfer those minutes to Labour. There were no minutes left by DDG Fuchane. We had informed her that the department had already opened and were allowing her to lead the presentation of the CET, and we gave her 5 minutes. And Honorable Khachau confirmed that she took 5 minutes. So there was no minutes left. What was the issue with the unions? Because we had indicated to the unions that we do joint presentations, and we gave them 20 minutes. What was the issue there, unions?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. The issue is that there were items that we could not present and that we felt they are of interest to the committee.
Why did we not present those issues of interest?
We were pressed by time, Chair. We then said, perhaps would it be possible for us, one, to factor in those issues during discussions, or could we request for an additional 5 minutes? Because we felt that these issues are of interest, and we were relying through your message, Chair, to have those issues either being factored in during discussions or either being given an additional time of 5 minutes to just go through those issues.
I'm happy that you are correctly saying you are relying on my mercy.
That's true, Chair.
Is it possible that you can give it to us in writing? Members will ask wherever they're supposed to go, they will ask those questions to the relevant people. Is it possible that you, they give it to you? Have written them down, Ms.
Yes, they were already in the presentation that was presented to you, Chair, but because the presenter was pressed harshly due to time, then they couldn't go through those points.
No, there's no problem. We've gone through the presentations ourselves. So we do have them if they are on the presentation. Members, maybe before I note you members, DDG, welcome DDG Ngwenya. DDG Ngwenya is DDG of corporate. In the department, DDG, both the CET and the TVET. I hope you'll be able to respond to issues of when are you hiring people. I want the DDG Fushane to quickly deal with the problem of the CT, where it is very clear that council and management are not seeing eye to eye there. After the chair of council presented, they met in the passage here. One looked the other way and one looked the other way. You can tell that the situation is bad. I wanted to understand from the DDG, what have we done to stabilize this situation? It's not a healthy situation. I mean, students, the SRC from CET, they are telling the truth that in communities, when you speak about CET, if people speak about it, if you are likely to have people speak about it, they speak about it as if it's taboo. And the reason why, and I want to inform both the chair and the principal, the reason why this government decided to create the community education and training is to respond to a very serious matter of huge unemployment statistics in this country. The biggest problem we have with the unemployment stats of this country is those those with NQF level 4 and below, those who have matric and less. In the economy, they are unable to be absorbed. Government, as a strategy to respond to that, creates community education and training to skill these people with NQF level 4 and skills programs so that these people are employable. And from the department that deals with this matter of CET and ourselves in the province, we seem to be interested in fighting amongst each other instead of taking these colleges, these community education colleges to our people, make them understand why it's very important. We fight almost every day, lobbying National Treasury to put more funds in community education and training so that these services reach our people who are unable to find jobs because they don't have the required skills but also the academic requirements to enter competitive space of the economy is low. Thina siyawunikezwa lo mshini ukuthi sicela ne drive lento le and take it to our people who are fighting. The department must help us. Honestly speaking, we can't have already CETs where they are. There is a stigma around them. They are not being marketed correctly and all of that. And all we do is to fight. We had to give the principal 25 minutes, Kara. We gave the principal 25 minutes because the chair took 26 minutes. Because when we leave here, the way people are fighting, they are going to say, no, kushuthi laba baku-faction yalo, nizosifaka kulezi zinto zenu. Where we are not. Students, they don't want to labor on the problems that have been mentioned. We want to give solutions. Tina sibadala sithi no wabona lo ngizombonisa ngizowa naye awabathu we can't members, I'm going to give you it's 1 o'clock now. So we're going to have 12 minutes. I'll start with you, Honorable Khakau, followed by Honorable Ngubane, followed by Honorable Khabo, and Honorable Mseza. Now will be the last.
Now,
thank you, Chairperson. I'll try to spread the time. There's a whole lot that requires more than just this conversation, which wouldn't be the case if both DDGs, Zungu and Fuchane, had the stern hands of intervention within the institutions that have brought her here today. That is my honest observation. You both know that the sectors that you're responsible for have a plethora of challenges. It's a Mickey Mouse clubhouse all around. But then the institutions that you're supposed to guide and discipline and lead will certainly not get you the results that their constituents depend on, because yourselves are compromised as far as the respect that they can afford you. Because gumnandi got the head. And that's a fact, Mam Fuchan. If you are going to, it's like when there's a family meeting, and in a family meeting, umalume or rangwane is expected to give guidance to the children within the family. But the children are sitting there knowing skeletons gamalumu ukuthi kodwa wena malumu ngeke uzusitshele lutho ngoba siyakwazela na ukuthi wenzeni. It's a principle argument across board. The same principle applies when, apart from umalume that is delegated the responsibility by ubamkhulu, na ubamkhulu kuningi. I don't need to be direct. You hear exactly what I am saying. And so my plea to you is for you to yourselves introspect in all honesty before you can expect the leadership of both the CET and the TVETs Babzungu to do their jobs, because ngeke baze bawenza umsebenzi wabo ngoba bazi ukuthi vele kumnandi siyadlala singabangani bonke vele siphusha le shandies sonke. Ngifuna ukwazi mam TVET college principal, ama GBV statistics when ungabonile, there's an incident that occurred at Qadi campus that involved a staff on staff. I think it was in 2023. Yama pliers. What was the resolution of disciplinary lap? Iphelele kuphi leyo case?
Okay, no, thank you. The disciplinary process took place and the outcome was that the employee was dismissed and appealed, and the appeals outcome also affirmed the dismissal.
So, and then the victim, are they still in the institution?
Yes.
Okay. Kulungile. I want to discuss your pass rates versus your throughput rates. When you look at the information that you've given us, your pass rates generally, they look great. Well, not so great, but you're able to produce pass rates that are consistent for other offerings, but ER191ES in particular is on a decline. It's regressing. Why is that the case?
There is a challenge with the engineering report 191, especially this year, but previous years it was better. And I think the problem is those red subjects, most of them, they fall under engineering. And that is why we took the decision to mitigate that. We have the student camps as well as these Saturday classes. It is based on those results that we are having. Then we support the lecturers so that they will be able to put more effort in ensuring that.
So is the problem the students' are cognitive functions, or is it the capacity of your lecturers?
I would say is the both, because other students, when they come with somehow poor in terms of engineering subjects since they start to do them here. So that is why we try and push now, because if you look at it, those results, when we had report 190, it was better. Now we have to support with PLP so that those students will have a bridging course, but not all of them come into that program. We also accept those who just come from a school, and then we deal with that.
So I need you to look into, and this is something that can be copied across board, Babzungu. It is a known fact, Uguti, if people went from high school outside of that field, bottom line is they're going to struggle. So what you need to do is to find a bridge orientation, because a QCTO gives you it, but the bridging of the gap between what QCTO says and what DBE gives you, across board Babzungu, you need to be able to get that startup to make sure that you're able to ukuthola lama results as well for now, or for the students. But number two, for Otisha, you need to have an ongoing competence workshop and capacitation programs so that you're able to increase the quality of your staff component, which will trickle down to Lama results for now. That's my advice to you, for you to look at as a cross-sector thing. But beyond that, my worry, Mina, is you have the success rates that you have, but your throughput rate is very poor. Because even outside of lay engineering, across all your offerings, you will have 89%, 84%, but that means nothing if your throughput rate is at 21%, 16%. Because then it means the quality of delivery, you're judging nominal performance, but not real performance. The quality of delivery, you're judging nominal performance, but not real performance. You can't say the reason is dropout, because in your presentation, you're focusing on it dropout for less than 10% of the reality. So for the rest of the 90%, what is your problem? It again takes me back to the bridging the gap between the quality of your staff. Noma kuthiwani, even if you can have students who are interested in ukufunda, if othisha are poor and othisha can only capacitate themselves if you give them the tools to increase the quality that they are supposed to. Can we have a breakdown of your infrastructure projects, ne? I want you to, with all infrastructure projects, the cost of each infrastructure project, the duration, nama contractors who are responsible for each and every project. Just give us all those in writing. Bab Zungu, no Mam Fuchane, the both of you have issues with AMA certifications that are a backlog. This is an across the year situation. You have previously communicated to Parliament that you are in a process of ukulungisa lokho sikuphi.
No, thank you, Honorable Khakau. Indeed, we have indicated that we are resolving. We are processing some of the outstanding, and we've requested college to send us all of those lists. And as we speak, I think this college did send a list last week, which we have given them a feedback on each one of those individual cases where we could find that even ID numbers of the students were also incorrect, and we've sent some of those. So we are busy processing those at the moment, Honorable Khakha.
Do you have a target of 100% catch-up date? Do you know what's it, by the 15th of October we're supposed to be here? How do you trace your...
We are tracing that indeed. We were given marching orders by yourselves, but also by our minister to say we need to close this before end of this academic year, all of the outstanding cases. And where we are struggling to get information, we communicate that, but we request colleges as well to send us in detail in terms of because the system is a program in terms of ID numbers of students. So we've requested that by end of this academic year, we should have, so that when it comes next year, we don't have such backlogs.
Again, this 12 minutes is very little, but ma'am, this is my advice, because the answer, I'm not going to ask you. Lento would say there's no Wi-Fi infrastructure. This is not a case that should go to a tender. You don't need a tender for Wi-Fi infrastructure. The reason why this institution, your institution, CET, is so corrupt is because of the nature of before we do anything. Infrastructure, Wi-Fi, mamfuchan, you can go at any communications place, manj, and walk out with extender, router, nanane, and they just install you within a day. There's no need for you to go get a tender for you to get Wi-Fi at different hotspots. It's as simple as that. And none is your responsibility to be able to see and advise. Ukuthi akuna Wi-Fi why kumele ithenda. Kumele ukuthi ukudliwe, akumelwanga ukuthi izinto zisheshe zisebenzele ingane. The last one, civil NSFAS. Each and every district and province has ama service regional managers or ama service track. Angazi ukuthi service banmat that term. It is a problem that you must wait to come here to this meeting to hear ngabafundi ukuthi they are student accommodation beds or providers that are not up to scratch because they report to you. Equally, you are supposed to have a system that says every month or at least quarterly, there's an assessment of student accommodation providers that are problematic. You are able to fast track and not have to wait here. And every meeting must ask SRC to give us the list of student of accreditation or student beds that are not according to standards, as if you don't have an employee that reports to you that is supposed to already give you the statistics that you're supposed to fast track and fix. The fact that we must wait here, Chairperson, and wait for students every time to give us information that NSFAS pays somebody to do is problematic. But okay, well, that's 12 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, thanks a lot.
Just before, I was trying to, on the, you said they must give you what in writing? Just give a,
So in writing, I asked them to give me, so of the infrastructure projects that they're busy with. So I need a table, infrastructure project 1, this is it, this is the cost, this is the duration, so inception to estimated conclusion, and the contractor responsible for Leon.
Thank you, Chair. So, kuningi as it's too much. Too much. Yeah, I think starting from the department, this is a classical failure in the department to, even on the CET Act that we always complain about, that it needs to be quickly amended or updated. If not, we find an alternative of creating quick policies or procedures to alleviate this mess. We have a council that can't do anything to its principal. Nothing. Done everything. They've done every route you can do to go open a case. The question I would ask, why are things that the council, especially in the KZN CET, that they've given to the department, the forensic report, why those issues hasn't been implemented? It's a lot of lists. If I can go on one by one on them, my 12 minutes will turn out to be a minute. Why the outcome of that report hasn't been implemented, or even the response for everything that the council have been doing to say, we have this challenge, we have these challenges. Because they feel like now they are helpless, they can't do anything. The mere fact that they even go open a case at police station is because the chair of the council, according to my understanding, is a lawyer. He is trying by all means to say, let's fix this thing this way, let's fix this thing this way. And the joy that he doesn't get is at the department. Classical example of always we saying that these laws needs to be amended because they are a joke. They make corporate governments a laughing stock.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. And I think it will also touch on Honorable Khakhao's comments as well. And we take the directives very seriously. I do, though, wish to indicate without necessarily apportioning blame. The first time that the council raised this, when we submitted to legal services, the request for an investigation was not recommended. They then requested that additional information would rather be provided, which we did, and the council did that. Then subsequent to that, let me indicate that the investigation processes were completed in February. By March, we submitted the investigative report to the then minister with the recommendations. Despite numerous follow-ups, nothing was done. From March with that report, we sat with it and we could not even communicate to council because that is the Legal Services Directive.
In the department?
In the department. When the new minister came in, one of the things the new minister asked us was, what are the key priority areas that you want me to attend to? This one was one of them because I had submissions, at least 3, that had not been attended to for months. This report was only dealt with in August when the new minister came in. And I did communicate this also to council. Unfortunately, it is not a forensic investigation. It's a preliminary investigation. We are only now processing the forensic investigation because of the delay that had taken months in processing the initial preliminary investigation.
Hold on a minute. So this approval could only come from the minister and not from the department. That's what you're saying.
Yes, the section 46, council recommends to the minister to investigate. Then it is the minister who conducts the investigation. Then the minister who approved the investigation was the previous minister, Prof. Nzimande. Then investigation took place. Then we had a new minister. Then the new minister had to approve, but did not process, did not say did not approve, because when I say did not approve, it will seem like it was rejected. No, it was not processed. It just sat there for months. When the new minister came in, we said, Minister, this is urgent, please. I think within 2 weeks of the new minister coming in, he then processed. That is the only time then we could proceed.
And how far are we now with that thing? Yeah.
We have the preliminary report. We have handed it over to council. We've handed it over to management. We are now starting the processes of the forensic investigation.
Okay.
Okay. No, I think, thanks, Chair. Yeah, but these things, we need to find an alternative of solving them. It's if I've seen, as I've seen the presentation, it's a collapse of the CET college governance. It's collapsed. The boss can't do anything. It's things that we always speak about. That why can't we just then not create this council if we put them and they are useless? Why do you make me a council chair or a council member when a person who reports to me, I can't do anything on them? So we need to find an alternative DDG of this thing. And we need to do it fast. The institution are suffering. Yeah.
Through your chair, yes, indeed, Honorable Ngubane. I think in terms of the CET draft amendment bill, our legal services is currently receiving the public submissions, and I think we should be able to conclude that process maybe early next year in terms of the amendment. And I think these are the areas which have been highlighted in terms of the dual accountability that has created the challenges both in TVETs as well as in the CET colleges. And hopefully this will now be addressed because as we stand, the performance management of the principal is done by the department and not by the council. And I think these are some of the things that has come in strongly in terms of the inputs that we have received so far.
Okay, all right, thanks. And I think the presentation of the principal of the CET college, at least it's at least giving hope if principal go extreme with the shortage of what the department has put on top of them on the non-recruitment of critical staff. Again, it's a challenge. Same thing, all points to the department. The laws we're doing, They need staff from finance, they need staff from supply chain management, they need staff to assist them with tenders, with everything. And the irregularities will come in because they don't have that staff. A chancellor will then do a tender, will do finance, will do everything. Hence, the council is reporting irregularities of 1.5 million. Again, everything that I've seen with the CET college rests with the department deliberately, and the slowness in resolving it.
Noted, Honorable Ngubane, and I'm going to ask my colleague to assist me. The one of the capacity, it is not one we are going to resolve soon. The salary bill of community colleges is at 92.3%. There's no room to move. All these issues that have been raised in terms of wanting more staff and increasing the working hours, even if we were to push it to 100%, would still not have adequacy. You heard when the TVET was presenting, they are feeling pressed on a salary bill of 63%. We are sitting at 92.3%.
So then how they must do the work?
I have advised principals to say, repurpose, retrain some of your lecturers, especially where you don't have enrollments, because our lecturer to student ratio on average is 1:12. It's supposed to be 1:35. We have centers where there are lecturers and no students.
On your advice,
yes.
Are you looking at the numbers they presented of the campuses of the CET college, the student, the staff that must service? Are you looking into that?
Yes.
Or you just proposing with these numbers that they've presented here that they need to service? Are you comparing that with what you are proposing? What I'm hearing you saying that one person must start to multitask and do other jobs. They must stretch themselves. That's what you are saying, Anke.
No, what we are saying, where you have staff that is underutilized, move them to areas where you require capacity. Where you have, you can't have 5 classes with 8 students in each class. Merge your classes. Have huge numbers. You're supposed to have 35. You're supposed to have 1 lecturer teaching 35 students. You have 1 lecturer teaching 8 students in different classes. Because when they want to employ...
my time is running out with your explanation. Chair, can we get DDG Fushane what she's saying in writing so that we see that somewhere along the cycle, someone is not doing their job? If you advise them to do that and they're not doing it, all what we want to know, who is not doing their job? Because others are saying, we don't have staff, the DDG, the department is not recruiting staff on our behalf, and you are sending on another opposition to what they are saying. So I think somewhere, Chair, we need to close the gap here to say who's really is not doing their work. Because others are saying they are overstretched, they don't have enough resources, they don't have people to recruit, and we're hearing another story from the department. I think we need that to be in writing so that we want to figure out where things get not done.
Honorable Ngubane, it is correct. They don't have staff in the central office. The staff I'm talking about are at centers. But perhaps in a minute or two, if DDG Ngwenya can clarify that. What I am saying is a recommendation to try to alleviate the problem, which HR is not going to open up employment of new staff members.
Thank you, DDG Fuchan. There are agent reforms which must be implemented for CET. Because the number of centers and the budget allocated is not aligned.
Okay, stop there. Where are the reforms as we speak? How far are they? What have we started? We've seen the problem. Now you're giving the solution. How far are the reforms?
And then when you are done, give DDG plenty to respond to what DDG Ngwenya is saying. That you guys have planned and put centers, but it's not talking to the budget, because that should be a planning problem and solution. After this one, you must give DDG Gaza.
Honorable Member, we, through you, Chair, we have started between corporate and CET working on implementing these reforms. We've had the first meeting, there's a second meeting which is pending, which is now going to bring college principals, because there are specific measures that DDG Fuchane and I agree that they need to be implemented urgently. So there is work in progress. Probably when we come to Parliament, we can then provide what is it that we are working on, which includes an analysis of the CLC, which one has how many students, which one is going to be matched with what is the ceiling that we are looking at in terms of the number of lecturers that are then appointed in those centers, because we have 200 centers and then there's a breakdown there. We from corporate are looking at the number of employees who are there. The first thing that we've done is we have now suspended the filling of lecturers, and we are saying when the principal wants to fill, they need to then write, so we then assess. So there is work. Probably when we come to Parliament, we can then provide the entire project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Indeed, you are right. The planning and the link between that and infrastructure lies with us. And the issue, as has become clear today, is that there is much room for improvement. It's quite clear that moving forward, and there needs to be improvements in this regard. It is a pity, Chair, that this happens at a time when our infrastructure budget has dwindled in ways that I do have to declare. As an example, Chair, I started DHET in 2020. At the prime of the work that I did, my budget for infrastructure over the MTF, which would have allowed for teaching and learning, gender-based violence and everything, was sitting at 8 billion. This would have been complemented by the work that is done by NSF, which also invests in infrastructure. Right now, Chair, my budget for infrastructure sits at 3 billion. How I'm supposed to do that is something that I have raised with the minister and the deputy minister, so that we look at innovative ways of improving, especially TVET and CET, who are sitting with the challenges that are rising now. And a couple of meetings have taken place. Chair knows this. The portfolio committee knows this. Yeah, we've asked for help from National Treasury, and the messaging is that you don't spend, which is not true. We allocate to institutions, they don't spend, they benefit from interest, and then the messaging is that remove the budget money from DDG Gas. The second issue, in terms of how then we can address that, we can raise it further when we meet with the portfolio committee next week. I was whispering to my colleagues that there is a program that has mostly been benefiting DDG Zungu, which we call NOLS. Listening to labor and the limitations in terms of training, especially in underserved communities, it basically means that we enable institutions like TVET, especially rural ones, to access training and the issues that they were raising. I am able to speak to members of my branch, though the ones that sit in social equity, and we speak with DDG Fuchane and look at opportunities for how we can expand the access to teaching and learning. Thank you, Chair.
Just two things. when these institutions spend money, as you are alluding here, you say, I have, so you are taking glory. When they don't spend money, you say it's not me, it's institution. That's the first inconsistency. We can't, when you take the glory, you must also take the false. That is first. Number two, it is not hogwash that we don't spend the infrastructure. Okay, as we speak now, you have just received the annual reports.
Yes.
How much budget was allocated to infrastructure and how much did we not spend?
I would have to come back to how much we did not spend. I can do that within the next 5 days. But sir, I would have to clarify one thing. I've never been.
How much was your budget?
My budget this year is 3.4 billion.
The annual report that we've just signed.
Yes.
Was 3.4 billion.
Yes, it is.
And did you spend it all?
No, we didn't spend it all.
Yes. So when Treasury says you don't spend, it's the truth.
Yes, it's the truth, because how this operates, it's almost like the NSFAS way. We transfer to institutions for the model that we transfer to institutions for them to spend.
Yeah, these institutions,
yes.
They say to us, you know very well that your organogram does not give us enough people to do X, Y, and Z. Right? So you know they're understaffed. You take money, you give it to them. And then you blame them for not spending. So you have not capacitated them enough to do what they must do. And then you just transfer money. It's not going to be spent. It's like pouring water in a bottomless pit. It happens every year. So you guys in planning, when we criticize, you are saying to you, you can't complain about money not being spent. We're taking, we're making profit on interest, but money is not being spent. When we go to the centers, by the way, the centers of this CET, some TVET colleges, you can tell that this money of infrastructure is needed badly. But because our planning is poor, if you know very well they won't spend it, why must we transfer money to them? Why can't we say we will do it?
Chairperson, it is not in my nature to glorify myself for things that I have not done. Since I started in DHET, in the first year and the second year, I realized exactly that the infrastructure efficiency grants that we send, that we give specifically to universities and to TVET, we have failed CET. Because the money they have for infrastructure is very recent, and it came out of reprioritization of unspent funding. So in the first and the second year when I came in, we would work with National Treasury and we would work with institutions, and as the chair and portfolio committee members are aware, we also put in a program with DBSA which was called SHIP. But what we immediately realized is that, as you correctly say, we cannot put money into institutions without giving them a cut towards the program management unit. For example, the unfortunate situation we're sitting with right now is one of the first projects I was responsible for, the University of Fort Hare. When we worked with the University of Fort Hare to build the student accommodation units that are lying in ruin now, what we motivated for with DBSA is that the funds we give them cannot come without program management units. Despite that, some institutions still did not spend. What I'm able to do is we track with some of the team members I've lost now, but we track with National Treasury where each institution is at. We call it an IRM system. We are able to track what we have given you at a specific time, how much you have spent, and what we have given you in terms of money, and it is in terms of capacity. And that is not Nolwazi PK Gasa's glorifying herself. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I allowed you, DDG BK Gas, to continue. Reality is that we are not spending money that National Treasury gives us. On infrastructure. The infrastructure is needed in some of these TVET colleges. I mean, on Monday we're in Kandla. A very beautiful building, DDG Zongo, built by National Skills Fund. I was saying it was the first time this week I see something that beautiful, the first time being done by the National Skills Fund. Okay, maybe the second time. No, maybe the second time. A very beautiful building. But they are not maintaining it there. You ask the institution, Umfulos, why are you not maintaining this thing? Infrastructure grant was a problem. So there's a serious need of this funding to be utilized in the sector. Toilets there, bed states. What happens? They then infect, or our students get infected because our toilets are not in. And what is the source? Is that we have not created an enabling environment between yourselves and institutions on how best to come up to a model that will release these funds to be utilized properly. So that's the point we're trying to make about the planning part. We must plan better and get this thing right. Mbombo Sorman, you can continue.
It's fine, Chair. Thanks. At the end, Chair, what I've learned today, CET College suffers because of the department. So, in conclusion, let me come to Elangeni TVET College. Principal, the complaining you saw on the presentation of the union. They're complaining, they say you're making the TVET College a stock fair. You're hiring your relatives, you're hiring your cousins, and it goes even down to the others. People hiring is it a husband or wife? What's your recruitment policy says in terms of hiring relatives? How do you handle that as a principal of the TVET College, knowing very well that as soon as you're hiring your sister somewhere in a company, any company, there needs to be some declaration somewhere. And as you go along, if you have run a company in a corporate, there will be consequences after that of hiring someone that you will be sensitive to, because the whole lot of things they've presented, it starts from there. Starts from that hiring, it goes from disciplining, it goes from treating favoritism, it goes from top to bottom. But one element, it's what in corporate governance as well we fail to do. People who studied, I think, King 4, they know that you don't play around with. Even how much you love your child. You take your child, you put it somewhere else far from you, so that they learn not to be treated different way than the other people where you are. So what does your policy say on recruitment? And is it true that they are hiring of relatives and all those stuff, if you can assist us in that explanation.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Ngubane. The college does have a policy on recruitment, and all recruitment of the college is based on the policy of the college. As even though I cannot quote the policy verbatim, but yes, there is a space or a clause that talks to disclosure. And where I am standing, the college has followed all the processes with regards to policies.
So you've disclosed all the disclosures that happened as the union alluded. You've done the disclosure of what they are alleging and the others.
According to the policy of the institution, all the processes were followed.
Okay. So you're comfortable that everything's above board, nothing that is just allegation that is not tangible?
Honorable, this is not the first time I am getting this. It has been submitted to Public Service Commission. I have forwarded all the names that they have provided, and the investigation took place. Unfortunately, I cannot be able to further allude as to what is the outcome of that because the matter is sub judice. But at this point in time, I am confident to say the policies that we use for recruitment is the policy of the institution, and it has been followed.
Okay, the next question, Principal, it's in regards to the next last. It's in regards to the accommodation of the residents. Again, there is an assertion that you are prioritizing private colleges over your Hammersdale residents. What is happening to the residents of student Hammersdale? Why are you prioritizing that one instead of the one at the city center, which is far from where the students are staying, and they must drive all the way from the city center to campuses where they go and study?
Thank you, Honorable. The college does not have any residences apart from this one that we are having. The college is having Pinetown campus residences. That's where we are. This is the dining hall that we have set up for this meeting today. And the residences, if you go up there, you will then find they are fully equipped.
Okay, what's in Hammersdale, in Mpumalanga? How are you going to explain?
In Mpumalanga, it was a college of education before. And there were residences and classrooms for college of education. And after that, the community occupied those residences. And when the time came to take over that college of education to be a TVET, the community vandalized all those residences. And when I came, it was something that took place long time ago. When I came, there were no residences. They were vandalized. So when we had meetings with council, with senior management, we had to look at what is it that we offer in the TVET college. And we had to have different plans. And currently, we also check with the requested within the department with regards to those student residences, old ones, which I came that were not working. We couldn't find an answer. And up until we took the decision that we do not have workshops that are talking to occupational programs. So as we are doing this transformation, we have then started to try with what we have from the reserves to prioritize teaching and learning. And then as time goes on, when we have finalized that, we will then look at the residencies. On our own as an institution, we cannot be able to do everything at the same time. We do not have funds, but we have started with one block that is in front where we are going to, and we renovated using the college funds so that we'll be able to implement occupational programs. We also have another one, which is a 4IR center, which we have developed, that we have the drone technology and all IT related center. And that is all. But other than that, we don't have residences there.
Okay, Chair, I think because you said it's the last one, there are others, then we'll have to submit the policies on GPV as well as the allegations about the utilization of securities and all those stuff. But we'll provide most of the other questions in writing. Thank you, Chair.
So on security, you said we must ask for what?
The assertion that the principal is using security and all the stuff, and the police on provision security from others and not for providing others those applications and presentation of
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me pass my greetings to all participants in the meeting. I was not here earlier on when we were introducing ourselves. Nothing has changed. My name is Tile Kavlatli, the name is Tile Khabo. I'm a member of this committee. Chairperson who must reject and refuse to accept an explanation that does not make sense. We must refuse it, Chairperson. And what we are getting from the DDG does not make sense. And that's why it does not make sense. We go to Parliament to allocate you funds, but you don't spend. And part of the reasons why you are not spending, we are told that you are not transferring in time. The first quarter, the second quarter, there is an underspending. The argument is that you are not transferring in time. Why are we not transferring grants in time? That's my first question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo. Yes, there are instances where we don't transfer in time, and I believe that that is not correct.
Please respond to my question. Why are you transferring in time? PFMA dictates that before you can make any transfers to an institution, you must be having their plans as to what is it that you're going to do. Same applies to you as a department. You give us your plans in terms of what is it that you intend doing on an annual basis. We give you money. Why are we not transferring money on time?
Some of the reasons why we're not doing so, Honorable Khabo, is because National Treasury has indicated to us that if we continue the trajectory that I explained earlier on, giving institutions money which they do not spend, basically we shouldn't be transferring funds.
Okay, fine. Yes. Why are you presenting plans that you cannot achieve yourself, let alone those that must spend? Why are you not presenting plans that you cannot implement?
Perhaps if you can give me one example.
So you're not aware that you're not aware of anything?
No. I'm aware of them.
No, thanks.
Yes.
See, Chairperson, we've got a problem in this department, and part of the problem is having people who have lost touch with reality. To you, 1.1 billion does not make sense, but to us it matters the most. Our people are dying in poverty, high level of unemployment. Yet to you, failure to spend 1.1 billion does not make sense to you, but it's a discussion for another day. We'll meet next week. Let's go to the TVET. DDG Zungu, when last did you conduct the market analysis as a way of trying to align?
Thank you, Honorable Khabu. The packaging of the college PQMs is informed by the labor market intelligence at a national level. But these colleges, you will know, Honorable Khabu, that they are in the local settings. So individual colleges...
You don't show my time unnecessarily. I know you. I've been operating with you for the past year. I know how you are managing processes. When last?
I'm not managing. The latest...
When last?
I'm informing you. It's
Don't
not...
give me the context.
No.
Yeah.
It's not us as the department that does that, but we rely on the market intelligence, labor market intelligence reports, which are shared with institutions. But at a local, that's a national, that will inform us. These are the relevant programs in terms of, but at a local level, colleges also do their own, and I'm sure the college could give you the latest in terms of their local context.
No, thanks, DG. Principal, can you take us into confidence in terms of when last did you conduct the market analysis as a way of trying to align your curriculum with what the market demands?
Thank you, Honorable. We do it every year. Hence,
Please respond to my question. When last? Give me a day.
last year and this year early.
Let's leave it, Principal. We are going to have problems with this approach. Let me go to, I think it's the laborers or IF. There's someone who spoke about the organogram not being approved. I think it's CET. Who must approve the organogram? And why is it not approved?
Honorable Khabu, can we allow her to respond?
No, it's fine.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. When CET was established, the department had absorbed employees who were coming from the Provincial Department of Education. Now, the budget allocated does not enable us to approve a structure for CET.
Who must approve? Don't respond to things that I never asked. Who must approve?
DPSA on recommendation of the minister and by concurrence with Treasurer.
So who's at fault here? Is it DPSA or is it the minister?
No one. There were attempts to get the structure approved, but Treasury can only give you concurrence if you have the budget to fill vacancies, which we did not have.
No, thank you very much. Let me go to the financing. You see, we are spending a lot of money on TVETs and CETs, but we are not getting what we want. Meaning that majority of people are still unemployed, and yet again, we're investing a lot of money in making sure that they get the necessary training. My question then goes straight to the issue of the finances of the college in particular. How much were you allocated to advance learning and teaching, in particular responding to the market demands? Honorable Zungu, you see, I wanted to wear your cap, but it's quite controversial in terms of the color. I might give a wrong impression in terms of my political location. but respond to the question there.
No, I thought, Honorable, how were you directing the question to the college? You say how much was spent on the on the infrastructure, because I thought you were directing to the college. Well, I would not have the exact figures, but I could look at the bulk figure that is transferred to the college, and then they break it down in terms of their budget allocations. So I think the college should be in a position to provide the exact statistics there in that regard, because we transfer the bulk figure.
No, thanks. While you are still there, the forensic investigation that you have conducted in this TVET college, when last did you conduct that forensic investigation? How much have you spent on conducting that forensic investigation? Their recommendations, are they being implemented? And if not, why?
Honorable Khaba, I'm not sure which forensic investigation you're referring to. I'm aware of the Public Service Commission investigation, which was not a forensic per se. So it was not conducted by the department.
My question is simple, teaching. Was there any forensic investigation that you had instituted as a department to the college? And if so, when last did you conduct that forensic investigation? How much have you spent on that forensic investigation? Are the recommendations implemented, or are they being reviewed, like we've seen with Nkandla?
No, I'm not aware of the investigation by the DHT.
Can we go to the issue of the regional manager? When were you appointed? 1st of September.
I was appointed on the 1st of September 2025.
Before the appointment as an acting regional manager, if I heard it correctly, where were you located?
I was the principal of Tekwini TVET College.
Which TVET?
Tekwini TVET College.
Tekwini?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to your recruitment strategy that you apply as a regional manager in terms of filling posts? Do you have a policy, or you rely?
There is a department policy, which is the one that needs to be applied. At the moment, we haven't recruited any staff. We are in a position for now, for the posts that have been already advertised, to then start the process of shortlisting and interviews.
There are allegations of nepotism being practiced. That's why I'm asking you of the recruitment strategy. What will be your take? I think it's one of the unions that has raised issues in relation to nepotism.
I think the union was raising that matter for we're against the college, which has been happening, not now, if it happened. But for the department, we have a policy which is very clear when it comes to the issue of recruitment, that everyone is allowed to apply for the post, provided they qualify for the post, and the correct processes should be followed of the shortlisting as per the advert and later the interviews.
No, thank you very much. I think one of the last one, Chairperson, one of the issues that was raised, I think, by Labour, they said that there is a decline in internal controls. I'd want to get an engagement or a view from the Labour and elaborate further as to what is it that you mean when you say that there is a decline in internal controls. Yes, of course, I'm aware of issues that were raised by the Auditor General. What is your view on that matter?
Who's responding, Labour? The college or CET?
I think the college.
Labor from college. You made.
Sorry, just a clarity, Chair. Internal control in terms of, is it HR-related matters or?
It was related to the finances.
Oh, okay.
You said that the issue of the financial mismanagement of finances as a result of lack of internal controls. Can you elaborate further? Are you saying that there is no supply chain management, there is no plan of procurement, people just decide to wake up in the morning and spend money without a plan? What are you saying?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think it has got to do more about the interferences, or for instance, in one of the slides, we presented that, for instance, in the infrastructure, there are only 2 companies that are getting the tenders for services, which are Indomeni and SSCW. And there is an allegation also that it's linked to some of the staff members within. And also in the presentation, it also talk about the Kucha trading, which where there is a link or a relationship that exists between the principal and the cook. That means the caterer of the company. That's what we are referring to.
Tell me, explain this part of 2 companies only benefiting from the institution. Are you alleging that the principal is linked to the 2 companies, and as a result, the supply chain management processes are not respected and followed to the latter because they must be biased to a particular outcome? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, especially for the Kucha Trading, which is a catering company. There are no supply chain processes that are followed. That's the allegation that we are referring to.
As a union, did you raise the matter with the management, and probably the management must clarify us whether there was an investigation conducted on and around issues that have been raised, and if such, what is it that has been done before you enter, Principal? Chairperson, that was my last one. My apology to have used your time. If we can get more clarity in terms of that process. Thank you.
As I stated earlier on during my presentation, there is no communication with the senior management. If there is, they will not respond. So when it comes to this one, we did not communicate with them, at least for the Nihau union. And yeah.
Okay. Principal.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With regards to the companies or tenders, all processes of SEM are followed. And even with the catering, we also follow the processes of SEM. There's no process that takes place in the institution without the following the processes of SEM.
Okay.
In where I am standing, there is no company that has been appointed without following SEM processes.
Let's do this. Yesterday we told one vice chancellor must not. Gary, you don't work with where is the deputy principal finance or SCM? Who deals with SCM? Who deals with SCM? Yeah, give the CEO or CFO a mic. CFO.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the SCM policy, all the processes are being followed in terms of the appointment of the service providers. I think there are 3 pillars that are important that were followed.
No, it's fine. Let's not go to the pillars.
Okay. Thanks.
You are saying to us all processes were followed.
That's correct, sir.
Including with the security, what is that? Catering, combat.
That's correct.
Okay. No, it's fine.
Thanks, Chair.
It's fine. I Ngizokunikeza bamgasa. In fact, there's a question I thought Honorable Khabo will go deeper on it, on you. But before I come to you, I want Principal CLC, the CLCs. What happened? You were supposed to have a CLC this year. What happened? I think as a principal, Mike. They were supposed to build a community learning center in KwaZulu-Natal. Our years learned.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That which I know, Chair, is the one that is currently underway, which I did allude to that. It is being built at Emakunwini. So that I showed that it is the SDP has been done. IDT is given that project.
Yeah, it was supposed, according to the plans of the department, and I'm assuming yourselves, it was supposed to be finished on the 31st of March.
Oh no, I think that one is by WNR CETA, is not the infrastructure by the department. The one which I think the Honorable Chair is referring to is the grant, is the Pietermaritzburg one, where I think it was a week ago we were also called into a meeting. Now it is now at an SDP level, site development plan. I think the plans are afoot to get it done, I think by 2027.
You don't know why it was not completed by 31 March. You only heard about it now.
I think that one I can ask, because those things are discussed at a higher level, Chairperson.
No, I was asking you, you are the principal there.
Yes.
I'm going to go to the department. I'm asking you.
As far as I know, Chairperson, there has not been any communication regarding the completion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did DG Fuchar, what happened to the CLC in KwaZulu-Natal? It was in your annual performance plan that expired 31 March. And the reasons that you have given, you're supposed to build 4. Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape, Western Cape. And amongst the reasons that you have given for not achieving this is that there were changes of construction sites from these provinces that led to delay in planning for construction.
And noted, Honorable Chair, I will respond, although that is not my response, it's from Program 2. But I know there is no money to build more than the 3 sites, which is Northern Cape, Western Cape, and Gauteng. That is from the 1 billion rand. There is a proposal which Program 2 has done for additional funding for the rest of the sites.
So the department put targets that were unfunded.
I want to say yes, because only 3 from the 1 billion can be built.
DDG Gas. So you guys go through a process of putting together a plan that is not funded. What is this? Explain. I don't understand. So you put APPs, and this new reason, this is what you have given us now. By the way, this report. And you guys did not tell us that, in fact, the reasons that we have provided here are not true reasons, because now you have a new reason. This new reason is that there's no money. We don't have that reason. In a report, in a report that the department presented in Parliament, DDG Gasa, make it make sense.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to take responsibility for that, but also indicate that as the Chair is aware, we plan and then we report. There is a huge room for improvement in our planning process, because what goes in per program, we consult with my fellow DDGs. And as they can all confirm here, if I'm not being accurate, we plan too highly, and we still have not moved from what you corrected us from when the 7th administration started, of still putting in systemic or institutional targets and also aiming high. For CET, for example, the funds that we have for the CETs that we had targeted, we funded those from a reprioritization of funding, but it is simply not correct. The planning that we are at, as I indicated, I think it was quite Duguza, or it might have been yesterday. The planning team that I work with, who are also responsible for reporting, has worked with me to set up a team to ensure that my fellow DDGs and their teams, we improve our planning processes, the TIDs and the reporting, because it is currently not optimal at this stage.
No, this is, I don't know what's wrong with this mic, but the reasons that you are providing are just not good enough. And we must follow up, because the response that we are getting today is not the response that was given to us in a presentation. So you guys gave us in Parliament a response for not reaching a target. Today, you are telling us that, in fact, even this 1 billion is not enough to build 4. It's only going to build 1. So we're going to build a community learning center that costs 1 billion.
No, apologies, Chair. It's going to build 3.
Oh.
Yes. There's also been cost escalations and all that. We had intended to build 4, but it's going to build 3.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yeah, not 1.
Yeah. And then by the time you eventually build, it's going to build 2, because that you don't have plans to do so. Honorable Khabe went out, but he was asking you, DDG, about these transfers. What did you say to him about the transfers of funds and subsidies to these entities?
As I recall, Chair, he asked me, why do we plan for what we cannot achieve? And then I requested that and he also indicated that our people are striving and I seem not to care about spending. So, and poverty of our people. I'm trying to repeat as he said. So I then said, Honorable Member, please may you give me an indication of specifically where we have. This example is one of those. And the one that we discussed the other day of Imbali Precinct is one of them. But when I tried to respond, I believe that I had made him angry and he had moved past.
So,
yeah.
Answer me. Why do you guys underspend on your subsidies on the infrastructure grant?
Infrastructure grants to universities, TVET and CET.
Yeah.
All right. As I will indicate earlier on, as I indicated earlier on, Chair, first, it is the fact that as a department, we work with institutions whereby we allocate infrastructure efficiency grants and SIG grants. Number two, we don't have the requisite capacity that I believe we should be having, so that we should go to institutions and check what is going on as we should be.
So you transfer to them?
We transfer to them.
Now, why do we have underspending after transferring?
That for me, Honorable Chair, is a challenge, to be honest with you, because I don't want to come across as if I'm being defensive. Correct me if I come across as that. When we, in all the three institutions, I won't count CET for now. Universities and TVET colleges, when we transfer IEG and SIG for maintenance, our principle has been that we don't only just give them funds, but we also give them program management capacity, because it is clear that they don't have the capacity, like architectural capacity, project management capacity, and so forth. We have seen, Chair, that to their own capability, so that it doesn't come across as if we are owning this only. We have seen improvement in the TVET sector in terms of the buildings that have been done. There is not only the benefit of DHET, but is only also to the benefit of NSF. But we do give them capacity through the program management units that I've just explained. Some of them still continue not to spend despite the capacity we give them for various reasons, including the fact that they want to hold on. I'll give an example. There's an institution we've given 300,000 that's set on this for very long, Chair. I don't want to say this here, but they've not touched those funds, and they don't return those funds to us. They hold on to that for interest sake, and then when we go to report to National Treasury on expenditure, National Treasury does not want to know our stories of whether we have got proper oversight over institutions and things like that. They just say you are not managing your institutions, and then they just cut budgets, which is what has happened. Yes.
Okay, so let me tell you, DDG, that what you are telling us here, it's stories. National Treasury is right not to want your stories. The underspending that has happened there, first quarter 2024-2025, which should have been 1 April to end of June. You were supposed to transfer fees to these institutions, TVET colleges and universities. According to your own report, you underspend by about 1.1 billion. So you plan that I'm going to give these people 10 billion. No. Because you underspend by 94.6%. So you've only transferred 5.4%. Your own. to these institutions, quarter one. Quarter two, underspent by 1.6 billion. This is from 1 July till end of end of October. Quarter three, you underspent the transfers by 1.5 billion. But when did you guys transfer the money? In quarter four. Because in quarter four, you've only underspent by 200 million. So all along, you underspend the transfer. So you are blaming them because they're not there to defend themselves. But your own report suggests, DDG, that all along you've been underspending, but you improved in quarter four. Quarter four, this is what we call fiscal dumping, because you know Treasury is going to want this money. You only transfer to institutions that time so that you can blame them. And then you come here and say, no, they wanted interest. What did you? It's your own report. It doesn't come from, it's your own report. So you guys want to be creative all the time. Creative all the time for things that it's unnecessary. We take responsibility and say, look, yes, we've been very poor as a department. Because you have. The department, the sector is where it is today because the department is extremely poor. In planning, you've accepted, you said things have been bad before. The department has been poor. The problem of CET, we're told it's now the previous minister. In May, DG Fuchan, and June, the DG who leads all of you came to Parliament and said the process to appoint these chairpersons of these sitters was extremely credible. We have done everything. In fact, this is the first time I've seen such a clean progress. DG, the president reshuffles the minister on the 21st of July. On the 22nd of July, we're in a meeting. DG says there, a day after, the ink had not dried. He changes his story. You see, if this process was given to us, it would have, and I speak on behalf of all DGs. So you guys in the department, you are continuing. This department is supposed to be a department that leads a factory of knowledge production for this country. People who are going to be captains of industries. But we have people who change stories depending on who is the audience. It can be. Yes, Honorable Msaza.
No, I just wanted to say, Chair, you'll get your chance when you are summarizing. If I could kindly get an opportunity to engage.
I'm addressing a very important issue. No, I'm addressing a very important issue. Let's not joke. A very important issue. You guys changes every time you get a chance. And we're failing, we're failing this sector, DDG. No, man. RM Saza.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe before you start my time, Chair, if you'd allow me. It's already started?
Yeah.
How? No, it's fine, Chair. You know, maybe on a lighter note, I must make a submission that today Bafana Bafana is playing here at Moses Mabhida, and ideally we're in a good mood to go watch the game. And the organization which deployed me to Parliament, the MK Party, supports Bafana Bafana. We take pride in our national team, whereas an individual from another organization, Yago Koko, once called them a bunch of losers. We support Bafana Bafana, so we want to watch the game. So our mood was on high spirits. So we want to at least be on that spirit until we conclude. But the matters that have arose here, I think our moods in the room, I think they are very tense, shame. And that was not actually our intention today. So maybe I'll just make a comment on KZN CET and not really dwell much on the issues that have been presented. But I was impressed by the enthusiasm and the determination that was portrayed by both Dr. Mthethwa, the principal, and Dr. Ngubane, the chair of council, in seeing the progress in the CT college and the achievements that they were boasting about, and saying that they take pride in the good work that they would have done despite the challenges that they are having. So I'm going to leave it at that, because at some point not long ago, I did an unannounced oversight visit to their central office. And I was fortunate to have found the principal there and other executives, where I had engaged them quite lengthy. After having engaged them, I reached out to the DDG a bit later, I think a week later, to express concern over what I would have gathered there, including all these issues that have been mentioned and have been ventilated by other honorable members. So I will not dwell on that, but I can confirm, Chair, that upon my engagement with the DDG Fuchane, she has reported back to me that she has taken initiative to mediate and the engagement between the two parties that are governing the institution. And the meeting that she had when she came back to me, she did also express her dissatisfaction with the non-complying of one of the parties, according to her observation in her mediation there. But she told me that that is still ongoing in terms of trying to rectify that. So I think I won't engage much on that. Maybe as a first point that I would want to put to the principal, Mrs. Kula, if forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. Is your life at risk, principal? Is your life at risk? Is your life at threat? I heard that you have bodyguards 24/7.
Yes, Chair, Honorable Msezan.
Who conducted the threat analysis, when, and how much is it costing the college for you to be guarded if it was done?
It's SAPS.
When?
In 2019, 2020. Which they started in 2019, they completed in 2020, then they provided the report.
So you have that report?
Yes, the report is confidential, and there's a certain way that they do the report, but there is a certain specific person that the report is provided to.
It's provided to the chair of council?
The council does know about the report.
They've never seen it?
When these issues are being dealt with, most of the time I recuse myself on it, because there are serious issues on them.
No, I'm not, Principal, I'm not disputing that your life is under threat, but I just want to understand, if your life is under threat, there was an assessment that was done, and there's budget put to ensure that you are safe. Yes. We want you to be safe. You are running a college, a very big college. Yes. So I'm just trying to understand, if that was done, when is it, okay, you said it was completed in 2020. Where does the report go to, in order for then those that must then grant the budget to ensure that you are safe, satisfied that indeed you are not safe, therefore you must have security? Because when Labour was presenting, they said that you got bodyguards after there was irregular appointments of staff. So from that reason alone, from where I was seated, I didn't think that would be a reason why your life should be at risk, per se. So if then there was an assessment that was done, who gets the report, then who authorizes the security and how much does it cost? That just briefly, and we move from that point.
Okay. There are so many things that were happening. It's not only what the labor has said.
No, it's fine.
And,
please, can we be precise?
Okay, the
Principal?
council does have the information and they approve that I must get the security, and they do it annually in terms of reviewing it.
So the assessment is always done annually by the police, and the report is submitted to council.
The assessment has terms.
Okay.
They've written terms as to how it's supposed to be happen. To happen.
Where's the chair of council? Chair of council of the college.
Inkhona.
Oh baba, ngicela mhlambe principal mhlambe ucabanga ukuthi nginenkinga nokuthi egadwe imkanti kumele principal be safe. Ngizama ukunderstand ukuthi ngoba kune budget kumele iphume, ukujwayelekile bankulu ibudget, abantu abagada impilo yomuntu nabo bezabe impilo zengcupheni, so bayakhokhelwa. So ngizama ukunderstand ukuthi amaphoyisa ama ukuthi enze assessment ayenze ngamuphi unyaka uthe 2020 yaphela. Angazi noma kune term uni yokuthi isuke ise a valid low threat assessment. Mhlawumbe kuba unyaka bebuye check futhi amaphoyisa use under threat yini njalo njalo. So ngizama ukunderstand lokho ne budget yakho nokuthi niyayazi ni cancel when you approved it, because you would not approve by the fact that ngithi mina ngenza security assessment and bathe. So ngicela ningaphrovela nani na approve. Ngizama nje establish lokho bese siyandlula ngifuna ukukhuluma ngazinye izinto sihlalo.
Okay, the report went to the previous council who were appointed last year. But what happened is that in the recommendation by subs was that security should be in place until such time that the situation that we're dealing with has subsided. Because what made the situation worse is that there were even attempts on her life, which even including vandalism at her house and all of those. So currently, there is a criminal case going on, so which means in terms of the SAPS report, the situation has not subsided. When the situation subsides, we will then go back to this, to SAPS to do an evaluation. It is done by, there is a special unit in SAPS that does that, but they do it in cooperation with the station.
Okay, do you know how much it's costing the institution, principal?
I do not have the figures.
Of your head.
The CFO can provide the figures.
No, that's fine.
But I can confirm that it is approved by council.
No, that's fine. So I will move from this point. Principal, there's allegations that you as management just up and decided to forcefully take away benefits from the council paid workers, and later on you then again decided that now we want to return them after being engaged by labor apparently. Can you perhaps motivate the decision behind this act, and if you even have the powers to do it, that you just happen to decide as such?
No, thank you, Honorable. That's not true.
Or it's a lie?
It's a lie.
Okay, let's keep it that. We've set that on record so that we'll just do our own assessment, because as I said, it's allegations. So we'll do our own assessment. Thank you for that. When you were presenting, you said it with serious confidence that you engage labor. You even said to stay 12 hours without sleep engaging them. Labor came, they provided us with letters that we have not responded to according to them. Dating expired back as 2023. And then they wrote to you again this year, and they still said they don't have an acknowledgement, no response. Are they lying again? You don't have those letters, you respond to them, and indeed you engage them.
I do have engagements with labor. Even
No,
if-
let's speak about what they presented.
Okay. What they presented there with the case where it's about ended up with all animals are equal, but some are better than something like that. I want to check from the DP corporate whether they were responded to, but the implementation was done.
Please do that, Principal Zumo.
If I can give him a chair.
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the members, I must indicate that maybe one must just give a little bit of context and then respond in terms of the communications from the union. One would want to start by saying that indeed the relationship between the college and the organized labor is strained, and we would want that relationship to improve for the benefit of the communities that we serve. I do recall that at some point this issue was also raised to the minister, and the minister tasked the department, the DG, to attend to these matters. However, on that particular meeting, Nehao did not attend that meeting so that these issues may then be ventilated. I do accept.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
We are going to create problems for us. That's not what we have been asked. We have been asked to confirm or deny that you guys have responded to the request of labor. Let's not go back, because you are going to provoke them and say, they will come and say, no, even you did not attend on this day. It's not what we have asked. Those are the things that you must maybe discuss when you are together. Let's not abuse our time to deal with issues that you guys should be having. So answer the question that you have been delegated to respond to.
No, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to concede on that matter and then move into the actual question. There are matters that the union has raised. For instance, the union on the 27th of November 2024.
The question,
please protect me.
The question was, Labor came here and said, you guys are non-responsive. I think from 2023, you have not responded to them. Now the principal says, I'll give DP corporate to respond whether he has responded. So that's what we want you to respond to.
Chair, I'm responding to that question, but I'm citing a case to say that there is a matter that the union wrote to us on the 27th of November 2024, and in that complaint, I then responded on the 28th of November 2024, where I was seeking further clarities or particulars, and then that matter was investigated, and the appropriate action was taken, and the union was appraised on the 25th of the third month in 2025. So in terms, if that is the issue that they were raising, that issue I've got records to say that it was responded to. Thanks.
Okay, so there are other issues you have responded to. There are others you have not responded to.
Which we may have not responded to. However, even in the last bilateral that we had in April, we did discuss some of those issues that were raised in that submission.
Okay. Madam Cesar. Maybe who from Labor, you said you responded to who now?
Now, the email was sent to the chairperson.
Okay, can the chairperson confirm if this is true? They got this email from now, from DP Corporate. Where are our mics? Oh.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think a different matter is being cited where we went to Indwetwe campus. It's a different matter altogether with different merits. So
No, that's not what we have asked. Honorable Msazana asks a question.
no, this one.
Hold on. The question of Honorable Msazana to the principal is that Labour makes an allegation that since 2023, Labour has been talking to management and management has been blue ticking Labour. The DP corporate says, no, that's not true. Labour wrote to us, or Nehao wrote to us in November 24, 25 or 26 November. We responded to them the following day, 27 November, whatever the case may be, asking them for further detail, which I'm assuming you provided because then there was an investigation. And in March, 25 March, they provided the management again wrote to you guys providing the finalization of that investigation. The question to you is that true?
No, it is not true.
So there's
Because-
no emails of that nature.
I was trying to explain that those emails are pertaining to something different, not what we have raised in our presentation.
Yeah, the question was asked by Honorable Msazana. Honorable Msazana was making a blanket approach from what you've said. So whatever they raise is in relation to the response of Honorable Msazana, not necessarily what you raised. He might have captured it wrong, but that is how he raised it.
I think
so. This email you are saying to us exists, but it speaks about something else.
yes, the 2025 one and 24. But the other ones before that, they never responded to.
Okay. You want to help us?
No, thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I want to second Labour. Management doesn't respond. It does happen to us as well. They don't respond. At some stage, we requested to sit a BMM. They never responded until we cancelled that request on the 11th hour. They don't respond. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. There was another hand.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. They only respond when it's convenient for them, when they believe that there are issues that are convenient enough that they want to resolve. I'm sorry, but I might have to abuse you, Chair, or your time. There are a lot of things here that are untrue, that are being raised. And you said a very pertinent thing when you began the meeting, that they must not lie. And there are things that they're consistently lying on. For an example, there is a question that has been raised by Honorable Msezan, and the response to that question, it's lies. And it's even said because they need to lie in our faces, in your faces. The management is not honest, Chair. And I'm sorry, they are not responding, or they are not honoring to your words when you say they must not even begin to lie. They are lying, and they are consistently doing it in front of you, Chair. It's wrong.
Chair, maybe on that note from Labour, Chair, you see, like I said, our mood is changing, and we even have tickets to this game. So, Chair, principal says they did not cut the council paid workers. I want the DVC behind me to confirm this as well, because he would know. He does the payments or approves it. I have it here in writing that this was done. I want you to, if it's Labour is alleging that you are lying to us, also to be part of the collective that is lying to Parliament, so that when we leave here, we are able to deal with that. Did this not happen, as the principal is saying?
Thanks, Chair. The better person to respond that is the DPC. Thank you.
I don't know who's responding, Chair. I don't know what's happening. So finance doesn't pay. No, you can talk, Principal.
Okay, Chair, if I may come in, the question I responded to, it was a question of a pension or 37%, that when the college, they will then take, I will not be specific to say we took the money and then we also gave back when we like. Then I said, no, it's not true. It wasn't like that.
It wasn't withdrawn.
It was withdrawn. But the narrative behind,
okay.
That is what I was saying.
My
no.
time is finished, Principal. This is the chair's. Please just tell us, because this is a matter of interest.
Okay. Honorable Msezane, in 2018, Labour, together Nehau, SATU and PSA, they came and requested a meeting, as we always have meetings with them, requesting that the contractual employees, they also like to have benefits. And we then took that matter to council, because contracts, they are employed by the council. The council approved. Then we, with the Labour, we agreed that we are going to have consultations with GEPF, as well as the medical aid, all the benefits that are a package from the benefits. We did that. All the medical aid people, they came together with all SATU, Nehau and PSA, as well as GEPF. Then it started. When it was about to start, that's when the college identified that there is something that is not right in terms, or the college discovered ghost employees in 2019. Then we halted. Then we came, we advertised the post, because all those were nullified because of a number of what was happening there. And thereafter, we implemented the decision that was taken at that particular time. And then last, when we had to implement, when we re-employed or having a new people in 2020, and then SAT requested that they be given 3 months so that they will find themselves and organize themselves and be prepared to have that 37%. We agreed with them. We then gave them the 3 months, we implemented. Then last year, they then said they want their 37% because they believe that the institution is getting some kickbacks or something like that out of the pensions and so on. So that meeting took very long when we were trying to explain, and then we took that matter back to the council, that the Labour now request that the 37% be brought back, and the council recommended that it's okay, but it must be optional. Hence now we have contractual who have benefits, contractual employees who have benefits, and those who took their 37%. That's the story in my understanding. Thank you.
Just a request, Chair, since my time has lapsed, I couldn't cover my issues. Honorable Khabo had asked what Labour had claimed, that there are certain companies that are aligned to you that are given preference and given contracts in the institution. I just want you to confirm that that is again a lie, as you indicated earlier. And then maybe in writing, if you could finish the committee with the findings of the scheduled and structured monitoring and evaluation on teaching and learning across all your campuses. What is the finding upon doing these scheduled and structured monitoring initiatives that you said you do in your presentation? And in your response, I want to tell you, Principal, that I've come to this campus before unannounced, and I found a class with at least only about 7 or 6 students being lectured by a lecturer. And I did find in my interactions with your lecturers here that there's serious poor attendance of students. So then that begs the question of how effective is your academic support program? You can just bring those to me in writing, to the portfolio committee in writing, so that we take into confidence. as it relates to your teaching and learning, which is the core business of your institution that you run here. Chairperson, thank you very much for your indulgence. As the principal will confirm that indeed no companies that are aligned are contracted with the university regularly, as it's claimed. Thank you very much, Slava.
No, thank you. Labour will ask you to give us the lie, the question and the lie part. Give it to us in writing, or this is the point which was a lie. Then we'll give the principal the right to reply to that with facts in writing. The issue of what is wrong?
Submit to you, Chair, that in the presentation of labor, there was an allegation against the department that the department had said they will take the principal to DC, which means that if that is true, then the department had something that required that the principal be taken to the disciplinary. So if maybe the department, through you, Chair, can confirm that they did say that all labor is again misleading the portfolio committee. If it's true, what were those?
Chair, I was going to make a recommendation that the department must write to us on all issues that are related to them. There's one Manzini that we tender Prinela as part of that. So those are the things that would want you from the department point of view. You are able to respond to in writing. Principal, the issue of ghost employees is a very serious matter. Maybe you must, in writing as well, tell us what, because I tried to follow, I even tried to read the presentation. Please in writing explain what are these ghost employees, how long were they on the system, and you did say there's a criminal case, maybe without necessarily giving us information that might compromise the case. Give us, let's understand what is that, and maybe you can quote it to say Tebo was a ghost employee at Elangeni for 10 years. This is how much salary was drawing, and this is what we have done for those ghost employees in opening. I'm hoping the criminal case you're talking about, we also open them against those people who drew salaries from. And if there was people in the system who enabled that, what have we done in terms of consequence management? You were saying that, so give us a report on this, because the way you are explaining it speaks about pension contribution. This, but I thought initially, Comrade Msazana, it was supposed to be pay cuts of people who got their pay cut. In writing, please give it to us properly. Say, this is what happened. Annexure A is the minutes of the meeting we had with this. Annexure B is the minutes of council giving us this thing. Annexure C, so that we're able to follow all of those things. Members, next week we're meeting with the department to deal with their annual report on Wednesday. So DDG guys, if you say in 5 days you'll come tell us how much, that will be too late. On Wednesday, we're meeting with you. In fact, today as we're here, presentation for next week Wednesday. They've sent it, which is going to speak to the annual report. So 5 days is 5 days too late when you have already sent the presentation. But when we meet with the department members next week, we must take a decision of what are we going to do here, because the department keeps coming before us. They appear, and every time they appear, they give us different answers to the same question. And we always tell them, colleagues, when we ask you a question, you must assume we know the answer, because 9 out of 10 we know it. And the department keeps doing this. It's not the first time. They've tried early this year, in February, by lying about an APP target of the second quarter on the Higher Education Act. Lied. We caught them out. Tuja report 3 or 4 times, lied. Now, you are telling us here you can't spend these grants because but you have not, it has proven from your own report again that you transfer money late on the last quarter. So when we meet with them next week, let's go and think about what measures must be taken, because this is not right. I'm very careful with this one because the nature of our job creates a problem for ourselves, Honorable Mseza. The issue of security to people, because when I was young, I used to think that I don't think people should get security until they come to you. You then realize that maybe I was a little bit naive. I hope, Council Chair, without revealing, I know those ones are highly confidential documents. I know this because there's one that they are doing on us. They will tell you straight that this document, even Honorable Ngubane must not see. But I hope you'll be able to give us some assurances, maybe in writing, to say this is what would have happened, X, Y, and Z, so that members at least have got the comfort to say processes indeed have been followed and X, Y, and Z was done. Because if we don't do that, Principal, will create perceptions that in fact this assessment was done by even a company owned by Debo instead of SAPS. And I'm glad you said it's SAPS. But give us assurances, Chair, and if possible, if it was discussed in a council meeting, that you'll then give us those minutes. On the issue of GBV, Principal, will maybe take us through, also in writing, specific cases as a student versus student, lecturer versus lecturer, or staff versus staff, lecturer versus student, and all, maybe in the past 2 years, was parents of these kids, they give the sector higher education, their children. They give them to us. We are higher education. And we must make sure that these children, when they get to the sector, they are not sexually harassed, they are not GBV'd and all of that. So we want to understand the extent of the problem we have. And I know even with the report you'll give us, because of huge underreporting, it will probably not be a true reflection. But based on those that have been reported, we also want to understand so that we are able, working with Higher Health and the department, we are able to help our constituents in the sector, who are these students, to navigate these problems. If problem, like we believe it is us, young men, who must create programs that are going to respond in dealing with this thing. We will write some questions to yourselves, but Honorable Ngubane would have asked that the allegations that you have hired your family members, you denied that and said that the recruitment process was followed. Would like you to give us those documentation so that we are able to satisfy ourselves that things have been followed. Our acts are not responding to today's problems, DDGs. CET Act, Higher Education Act, Skills Development Act, they are not responding to today's problems. They are creating problems for the sector instead of creating solutions. And it's extremely important, DDGs, that we prioritize finalizing this public comments you are talking about. Again, in your APP, that part is included to say that it would have been finalized, or this act would be finalized by the end of the financial year, 31 March. We are going to hold you accountable, because from there, then they come to us in Parliament. We'll then have our own process. We have to prioritize changing the acts there so that we're on the same page. A number of infrastructure projects that would have happened here. So we would want from both yourselves, CET and TVET, you must give us a list of all the projects in Elangeni, KwaZulu-Natal TVET, and say these are the 10 projects, this is how far we are. Because there's also this thing that in KwaZulu-Natal, we have these business people in construction who are not business people. I'm sorry for calling them business people. So they tender. They get a tender, they build or they construct a building 40%, and then they file for bankruptcy when they've eaten 70–80% of the budget of the program. So those people can't be called business people. They are criminals. So you'll give us all those abandoned projects as well. And then when you give them to us, you will say to us, the name of the company that was appointed here is Elangeni Pty Ltd. And the directors of Elangeni Pty Ltd, Stebogo, is Msezana, is so-and-so. Because we must name and shame these criminals who wear suits and buy people to get these tenders. And we can't finish projects compromising the quality of teaching and learning. compromising the knowledge production that must be produced in this country to solve our people's problem. Our economy is not growing, and part and parcel of why it's not growing is because we're not producing industry leaders, captains of industries to grow this economy. And we're not producing them because our factory that must produce is being hijacked by this criminal element. All our institutions, universities, TVET colleges are being hijacked by this criminal element. So we must name and shame those people. And if they are working with me, principal, as a principal, we must will come for you guys, especially these ones in supply chain and finance. We see them when we attend DSTV Delicious, supply chain practitioner. Huh? Morgan Mauman buying 3 Lamborghinis, same color. Huh? Madness. Well, these officials who are doing these things, I don't know, you might as well kill us. But this one, we're not going to leave it. Compromising, shoddy work. This week, DDG, I was shocked. We had one university yesterday where Honorable Msazana used to go. And DDG guys, they come from that university. No, a university, not campus. Went to the university. Projects abandoned. Money finished. So DDGs will give, we said to you at the beginning of this thing, you must accompany us to take all the problems. So in 3 months, what is the date today? 10. So the 10th of January, at the latest, would want you to give us a report on what have you done to solve the problems that have been brought. Principal, workers are your service delivery champions. Your relationship with the workers must improve. Because without workers, we are not going to produce the result you need. Whatever happens, you guys must sit and resolve problems. We don't have to like each other, colleagues. We have a country duty to produce a system that will resolve South Africa's problem. So you guys must have a relationship, a professional relationship. When Honorable Msazana started, he was joking about people called bunch of losers. You could tell he's trying to attack my political party. Maria was at work. We must work together. His political party stole my votes, no problem. We must work. We don't have to be friends. So you don't have to be friends, colleagues, for an institution to work. We don't have to like each other. The system must work for this product that we want to see. So in 3 months, Manzin, now next week you'll respond. If you want to respond, what you so much so next week you'll respond to that one. Now next week, man. But the report that we'll want from you in 3 months is all of these things, Chairperson of Council, that would have been said here by labor, by students, by how far have we gone in addressing them. And then if there's a need, we might call you to come up here in Parliament. But now a Chairperson of Council must be too serious. Chairperson of Council asking you a question, you become too serious. You want to scare my member.
As a smile, man, Chair of Council. Lando, mhlambe bathi, you know, on a lighter note, I hope you'll understand my joke. Sometimes people don't understand. Mhlambe khona la undlule khona bakulumisa something but ungasmile. Thank you very much, colleagues, department, once again, NSFAS. Thank you very much, student leaders from both ACT. Now, DDG Pucha, the problem there at CET can't continue. We must find, we can't come back and say, no, let's appoint a mediator. If really it must get to that point. But we have our children in these townships of Kwamashu and Mlazi, our kids who don't have matric are roaming around the streets there. They are now eating drugs. They are soon going to be criminals. They are going to lock them up because these centers were supposed to change their lives are not doing what they are doing. We're fighting amongst ourselves. So that, as a matter of urgency, must come to an end. Thank you very much, members, team from Parliament TV. Thank you very much, team from media, team from the department. Our security, where's our security? Parliament Protection Service. Yesterday they told me that I forgot to thank them, and therefore they are not going to protect us. Or are just being threatened everywhere. But thank you to Parliament Protection Services, labor unions. Thank you very much to yourselves. And thanks for agreeing. You know, sometimes, I know most of the time, you guys compete for the same constituents. So you recruit the same people. Sometimes you don't agree. Because some kwenzaka kwezinye uthola ukuthi le union close to management, le ayikho close to management, and niyale ukusebenzisana nisithumela i-joint presentation. Abanye banokuthatha ama chance bathumele 5, thola one institution that got 5 unions. But you know, Chair, we might agree on issues, but it must be me who present, because not this one. If this one presents and the workers see this one on TV, they will now think we already is into his writing and Tina's Tulile. So we all want to present. But I would like to thank, from this week we did not really have too many problems. 1 or 2 unions would have said, no, we don't agree on this one and this one, but we'll get there. We'll always tell them, if you are raising worker issues and we stand with the workers, there's not even a need. Or there was one union where my brother is affiliated, he's a regional secretary of this union. So we're at this university. And he says, no, we were majority. We had to give away the majority to these ones. And members said, you are the first a union leader who does not want majority status, because majority status comes with certain powers. I don't know what are those. So we want to thank you, want to thank everyone. There was a choir that was prepared to sing, and I saw them. They were very nice. The only problem is the color. But they were very nice, very nice dresses. I don't know if they're still here, but you'll apologize on our behalf. So what we are going to do now, we're going to adjourn our meeting. We want to thank everybody, even the media of the TVET. We want to thank you. I don't know where you are going to take the footage, but thank you very much. Hopefully you'll share it with both labor and management so that they can listen to themselves and then go correct certain things. Having said that, colleagues, Yeah, no, let's eat first. Wa hunger. Ayakufanele nto ready ekhanda man. Mbona mbofu. Thank you very much. We'll eat first and then we're told you want to show us something quickly in the hall. And then, yeah, we will then take it from there. Having said that, the meeting is now adjourned. The meeting is now adjourned.